RPG! 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 Good morning, everyone, or good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call, joined by the illustrious, the beautiful, the Australian, Vin. Welcome, Vin, to the Knights of Last Call.
I will take it. The beautiful is a new one. I love it. Bring it. Yeah,
good. That's
great.
Good to see you, buddy.
Good to be here.
Yeah, good to see you. My name, of course, is Derek Melinda, and we are doing a special early stream for me, 6 a.m. here, Eastern Seaboard time here in the States. I just woke up a little bit ago. But we're doing this for a couple of reasons. One is I love having the opportunity to shoot the shit with my boy Vin. But the other reason, of course, is this is a great time for our folks over in Europe. It's an excellent time for our folks over in Australia, New Zealand, and we like to give some shout-outs to you guys as well. And, of course, now that I'm not working, I'm free to do this. The other reason, selfishly, is tomorrow, or should I say this week, is Gen Con week. And Gen Con, of course, starts on Thursday, but I'm going to be going down early. So I'm actually leaving for Gen Con tomorrow. I'm going to be helping the Roll for Combat folks set up their booth, hang out with them, rub shoulders with the other content creators before the con starts, network, all that stuff I don't do well. And anyways, I gotta get down there early. So I'm going to I basically have to wake up tomorrow at like 7 so I can leave and head down to Indianapolis. It's about a 5.5 hour car drive. So since I had to wake up early today, or tomorrow anyways, I figured I'd wake up early today, get my system primed for it. So,
okay.
So here we are. But so I asked Vin, hey, listen, you're on the show about once a month or so. I would like to have you on. What do you want to talk about? He said, well, we got to do that Cosmere part 2. And I said, all right, I'm down. And this is, and there's an important reason for this, right? Which is that you've actually read these novels.
Well, most of them, yeah. It's pretty funny. Like I enjoy, often when we're on, we like to have a topic, and
you like to have a topic.
Definitely. Yes, I like to have it because, like, if it's just fucking spinning the wheel, I feel like I don't know what to say between topics. Mm-hmm. Whereas if it's like we have an underlying main topic, and I'm happy to bring the wheel if we want to bring that at any point. But we
got a tip coming in from Goblins and Androids. He says
Goblins and Androids tipped $25. Vin hype.
He says Vin hype.
Thank you. Yeah, and so it's very funny watching the Cosmere part 1 because I truly enjoyed how lost you were for the entirety of that.
Yeah. So, the thing about it is, and again, thank you, Gene. Of course, it's middle of the day for Goblins and Androids as well. I'm hyped to have Vin here as well too, Goblins. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, I was saying beforehand that I've read a lot of books or a lot of RPGs that are set in IPs, and oftentimes I know the IP, Dune, Lord of the Rings. Now, some of this might be that there's a couple of things that stood out to me. One is that, so I get that I'm biased there, but I've also read RPGs that I'm not as familiar with the world and lore as.
Yeah.
And I will say that a lot of times those books do two things. One, they try to teach you about the world as you're going through it. And two, and this is probably most important, they don't assume that you know anything about the lore. And there's a lot of, not just random stuff, like game mechanical elements about this game that are very clearly established in the lore. Like, for example, I could be wrong here, but my understanding is that they plan on making this into a generic system, Cosmere.
Yes.
RPG Roleplaying. This is specifically the Stormlight Player's Handbook. So if they made a Mistborn Player's Handbook, my assumption is that the carrying capacity wouldn't go 100 pounds, 200 pounds, 5,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds, 25,000 pounds. I'm assuming that.
Yeah,
is that
probably true.
Right? So that means that you're actually fundamentally.
I mean, it could still, because pewter mines can lift a lot, but whatever. Probably not. Not.
You know what? Maybe I don't know. Maybe Brandon Sanderson, secretly Jim Bro. He's like, last night he was watching, the mountain, whatever his name is, Hathor, deadlift 505 kilograms, and he was sitting there getting hyped, and he's like, dude, I wish I could be huge and just lift. And so he's just obsessed with people lifting heavy objects. I don't know, maybe. So it's interesting that you literally have mechanical elements to the game that are influenced by what apparently is seemingly random fucking things in the
magic
book.
systems.
Yeah, random magic systems or random just like, oh, because here's the thing here's the other thing that just like people keep saying stuff like Kyojin from our Discord was like, hey, just for more context, in the first book, people are fighting over these massive stretches of plateaus, separated by massive chasms. Now, for starters, let me tell you something, folks. People battled in whatever, even to modern times. People battle over territory to control territory, but battles are chosen just as much over how convenient is it for us to to fight here. It's got to be somewhere we can actually bring in logistics and actually be able to have like ability to retreat, the ability to advance. Like choosing a battlefield, especially in like more of a medieval kind of context, as much about logistical convenience as it is about like the site of battle. Anyways,
well,
so
it's funny you say that because those are major plot elements in the first book of the Stormlight arc.
All right. Well, so they're taking place on top of these unreachable plateaus, and the army uses transportable, reusable bridges that are carried literally on the backs of bridge crews who transport them from plateau to plateau under enemy assault. Now, I'm going to assume for a moment that we're going to ignore the logistics of the fact that this was apparently the best system that they could come up with. But the thing that like blows my mind is people have told me this, people are saying this in chat, and they are just like completely skipping over the fact that people are carrying around bridges and they're just like, oh yeah, of course that's normal, right? Like you understand that that's not something that we do, right? Like in normal life, like we don't like pick up bridges. That's not what we do. And they're just like, oh right, no, people can just carry stuff.
So as
really
part of the lead up to this stream, I asked the Discord what if people wanted me to bring up anything during the stream. And they did mention the world guide. I don't know if we have that.
Yeah, so I'll let you finish, and then I have a little bit of a mini rant.
Yeah, and they've also Alias specifically asked me to explain what the fuck was going on with the book series. And so I have a little bit of written notes here when we get to it.
Okay.
To lay it out.
Yeah, so before we go into part 2, because we did cover in part 1, we covered the basics of the game, and we could talk a little bit about part 1 and some of our thoughts. Now, there are elements we didn't cover. We didn't cover surges, which is apparently the game's magic system. We knew that the game gave us a statistic, I believe it was called attunement, and it basically says you don't start with any. So I guess the idea is that investiture. Those two words are very similar, but they do the same thing in 5e as they do. Anyways. Resonance, whatever. So investiture. You don't start with any. So apparently nobody starts as a wizard-ish. Is that what I'm hearing? But and then there's this radiant one-man paths. And then we have a massive tip coming in from Onyx. Thank you, Onyx. Vin hype as well.
Onyx tipped $50. Vin hype.
Holy shit.
Also, up at 5 a.m.
He's up at 5 a.m.
Smiley face emoji. Do the Cosmere solo first. Start with chat. Flexed biceps emoji.
Onyx wants us to do the solo player first start. All right, Onyx, I'll tell you what, Onyx, because you tipped the $50, I will, not with Vin, because that's not very fun to do a solo, right? Although it might be kind of fun.
Yeah, it might be. We'll see how we go.
We'll see how it goes. If we don't get to it today, Onyx, I will go and I will do the solo adventure, and I will like we did for Pendragon, Onyx, because Onyx was like, I could always bribe you, and I was like, well, it doesn't work. Onyx, thank you so much for that, and that's how you get it done, buddy. You just bribe your way into it. Apparently, this is, by the way, for those of you who don't watch, I tried to do a first look once on Pendragon, and then like Ben came in or someone came in and like tipped $75 for me to just do the solo RP, and that ended up being the whole stream was just me doing the solo, like the solo playthrough, and we didn't talk about the game at all. So before we get into that, little bit of a mini rant here. A lot of people are like, now again, I get it, costs are going up. Brandon Sanderson's got probably a couple mansions that he has to, pay the upkeep on. Everyone's like, the thing is, it's a game about a world. It's a game about an IP. There's a world guide. You should really get it, or you should read the rule guide. So I go to DriveThruRPG, and I go, oh, I bought the thing. I bought the $35 Cosmere Roleplaying game. So I'll download the world guide just to take a look. Maybe we did some art.
I actually, for some reason, thought it was sent to you.
Okay. No. I paid for it.
You're not on that list.
Oh, I'm not on that list. No. I don't give shit. There's only one company that sends us anything. Free League. Thank you, Free League. because their CEO's been on our
Hey,
show.
Free League's great.
Yeah, Free League great. So I go to look at it. It's not my drive-through RPG library. I go, oh, weird. So I go to the page, and it's a separate book. It's a separate PDF. It's not the game rules. It's just the world guide, which apparently people are like, you really need to read the world guide to understand the rule, to understand the thing. It's also $35.
It's ridiculous. But apparently that's where the monsters are. Or one of the monsters.
I
one
guess
of the world
I
books
think
is where the monsters
I think it's also kind of a bestiary. But I mean, even still, that's $70.
Ridiculous. I thought this thing got
PDFs?
funded for $15 million already. Why the fuck is everything so expensive?
I don't know. I mean, yes. I mean, now there's a joke. I wish I could show it here on stream. Okay. Let me see if I can real quick. So this was set up a year ago. Okay. This was set up a year ago. So let me see if I can do this. Here we go. Perfect. If I'm gonna do a really quick screen capture here of my Discord. Okay. Which is in Discord. Okay. We have all these icons for our different games. Okay. And a year ago, when Smith made the Cosmere RPG, the icon he chose to use for the Cosmere RPG was a dollar bill. Daggerheart is a dagger and a heart. Okay, dragon. Dragonbane's a little dragon. Fabula Ultima's a crystal. Okay, the thing that we used for Cosmere was a dollar sign. I'm getting used to these really expensive PDF. I still think $20 is expensive for PDF. That's still my gut reaction. I get it. I'm an old man or whatever. But $35 for the core rules, then $35 for the world builder guide, and especially when your game seems to be so in deep into the lore. Yeah, it was crazy.
It's like they don't want anyone else to play it. That was my impression.
Yeah, maybe
because I was on the edge, right? And I think I had this long rant on the Dumpster Fire channel of the Discord, where I just went through and fucking did a survey of every RPG I bought on drive-through and the current price. And almost all of them were $17.50, current price, list price $25. And I was just like, what the I was on the edge of this, and you're pricing maybe not buy it, as opposed to the other way around, where in fact, this close to launch, wouldn't this be the time where you try to get as many people to play it as possible?
Yeah,
it's just strange.
It was strange. And sure enough, I just pulled up Drive-Thru RPG, best-selling titles. Number 1, by the way, still Daggerheart. But number 2 is the Cosmere RPG Stormlight Handbook. Number 4 is the Cosmere RPG Stormlight World Guide. So, I mean, obviously, you don't have as many people buying this because probably a lot of people backed it. But it is kind of surprising to me that you get these. Well,
that gives you an idea, right? A lot of people backed it, and it's still number 2 and 4 on the list.
That's what people are buying it. Again. So, all right. So, for those of us who don't know, before we go into this part 2, because we're going to get into some weird stuff today. Like, you're like, oh, Derek, didn't you cover classes last time? These
kind of not really
these heroic paths. We saw basically your basic D&D classes, right? You kind of had the rogue agent type, you had the warrior type, and they're like, okay, so what the hell is a radiant path, and what does this have to do with surges? What does this have to do with investiture? So, Vin, why don't you give us a hopefully non-spoilery overview of the Stormlight archives, because I wasn't able to provide that for anybody because I didn't know shit.
So this is mostly for Alia, but also for you and for anyone else in the chat who has no idea what the fuck Stormlight archive is. So I'm starting from the top. Don't worry too much. I've got pretty much no spoilers on this list, and I'm starting all the way from up at the Cosmere. I'm going to end at Bridges. That's the arc I've drawn. All right. So first up, the Cosmere. What do you know about the Cosmere?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. The Cosmere is like a universe. It's a set of interconnected worlds written by Brandon Sanderson.
Got it.
Kind of, yeah. But it's worlds, not people, though it's also obviously people in those worlds. Each world has, and the important part about Cosmere is that for his magical series, so his other series is written, but his magical series, they're all part of the Cosmere. Each world has one or more gods, and the gods are essentially shards of godhood. They hold these things called dawn shards. So they gods aren't like indestructible. Gods can die. People can be raised to become gods. They can transfer their godhood. But these dawn shards are what give them their godhood, and they also confer magic to people. So that's the Cosmere in general. So there's many worlds, each with their own gods. The gods have dawn shards, and they confer magic to people. And magic always has rules in Brandon Sanderson's universe.
And so is that true across all of his novels then?
No. So some novels are not in the Cosmere.
Oh. Okay.
The majority are, but yeah, there's ones that are like, especially modern day ones and stuff like that. There's not.
Got it.
They're not in
Okay.
the Cosmere.
Okay.
Yeah, but all the Cosmere ones, yeah. And so one part of that is that they don't necessarily have the same magic system. Each god essentially has its own rules that disperse its magic in. All right, so that's the top level, Cosmere. So one level below that, Roshar. So the world of Roshar is the world that Stormlight Archive takes place on.
The world
it's
bridges.
one of the worlds in the Cosmere. Yes, the world of bridges.
Got it.
So Roshar is like so it's a setting in Stormlight Archive. It is Earth-like, but a lot of the wildlife are very odd to us and more similar to crustaceans, crabs, that kind of thing.
The Shellfather rises.
Yeah, exactly. Because the center near the equator, there's these constant massive storms called high storms.
Okay.
So they're big enough to like break rock, hurl objects.
It's not really how storms work, but okay.
Well, they're magical storms.
Oh, okay. That was an important classification. Yes.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're magical storms called high storms. And that's important because essentially Roshar has two native gods. One is cultivation, which is kind of like why it's got so much life on Roshar. And the other one is honor. And honor is actually the god that powers the high storms.
Okay.
All right.
Because am I correct in being like, okay, so the gods are like concepts, not people?
No, they're named after concepts, but they're people.
Okay.
And as you get,
and so there's somebody who is like, so like one of the gods
concept.
was like, I really like lobsters, and the other god was like, I really like honor
storms
and Bushido, so I'm gonna make it storm at the equator. Because that
apparently.
Part, okay. Because like the first one makes sense to me, right? The second one less so.
In the world of Mistborn, where it's preservation and ruin, it makes more sense.
Yeah, that
because they're just general concepts.
Like for example,
right?
if you told me that in Mistborn it was preservation, and this is a person like a god of order who wanted to sort of conserve knowledge, and then there was ruin, and ruin was really about all you could eat buffets, I'd be like, that's kind of you kind of took me off there, you know.
But here, it feels especially because essentially. The gods, it's not really clear, but gods can move between planets. So it seems like because they're people initially, it might just because these two people were lovers or whatever. So they came to this, but as they gain their godhood, the dawn shard they're given makes them embody that idea more and more as time goes on. Anyway, so there's two native gods of Roshar. Honor is associated with high storms. High storms grant Stormlight. So Stormlight is like the magic substance that Investiture uses. There's other magic on Roshar that's powered by cultivation, but Honor's magic system is Stormlight. Stormlight infuses gemstones. So throughout Roshar, if there's like a gemstone, like a diamond or emerald, they can hold Stormlight. So as the high storm passes, they start glowing because the Stormlight is infused into them. And then people start using gemstones and shards of those gemstones as spheres, which is the currency, and they'll become important in the game later. Cool.
There's a lot of levels there.
Yeah, that's just Roshar. So that's Cosmere, Roshar. Any questions about Roshar aside from what we covered?
So magic storms make magic gems.
Yes.
Magic gems make magic spheres.
Magic gems are put into glass spheres.
Okay.
And used as currency.
Got it. So the divine energy of magic god has been transformed into $100 bill.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and that's important because depending on what kind of gem you use, certain kinds of magic can use that type of gem, depending on the type of gem, so emerald or whatever, to do different things.
Got it. Because Sanderson's
So
very
green gems can transform stuff into food.
famous
Yes,
for,
it's very
hard magic, right?
Yeah, rules-based magic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the most precious form of gem is, I think, emeralds, the green one, which can turn things into food. That's the most precious form of gem. Anyway, all right. So that's that's the world stuff. Now we've got the actual history of the world. So desolations is the next thing. So you have Cosmere, Roshar, desolations. Desolations are for a long time ago, 4,500 years before the first novel in the series, there were these massive cataclysms that were actually wars called desolations. The novel picks up at the final desolation, the last of the desolations. That's the prologue of the first novel. And they're essentially so big that they reset life. They were also cyclical. So there were multiple desolations. And then the desolations ended. And during fighting in those desolations were this order of people called the Knights Radiant. And there's also the Heralds, but they're not important right now. So the Heralds and the Knights Radiant. The Knights Radiant, so the Desolation ended, the last Desolation was 4,500 years ago. 2,000 years ago, so 2,500 years after the last Desolation, the Knights Radiant disbanded, and in something that was essentially considered a massive betrayal that fucked over the world because all the knights stopped fighting. They were also like the police force and stuff. Like all the knights disbanded and forsook their oaths. That was 2,000 years ago. So that's the desolations. So at the time, they were cyclical, but since 4,500 years ago, there has not been another desolation till now.
Got it. Until now.
Cool.
Spoiler.
Is there going to be another destination? Read the books to find out. Probably. Let's be fucking clear. When you start dropping shit like that, yeah, it's good. Anyway, so that's desolations.
Take care, Lib Gamer.
Finally, we've got the second last. We've got the Stormlight Archive itself. I don't know what the fucking Stormlight Archive is, but the series takes up 2,000 years after the Knights Radiance stopped, and it picks up as people start rediscovering oaths between them and Spren, which are like these little wiggly things that are around the world that are probably to do with cultivation, but who knows. Those oaths start giving people magic powers, and they realize that the oaths are what leads to becoming a Knights Radiant. So that's the first book. So so in the current time, they're rediscovering that oaths are important. Oaths are something of honor. So they're part of the honors magic system. And once you start swearing oaths, you can start bonding with a specific spren, and that'll give you different powers depending on what spren you're bonding with. So that's the Stormlight Archive. That's kind of where the series is. And finally, the lowest the rung I've got is bridges. So
it all comes down to the bridges.
Fuck yeah. As the series begins, the start of the first book, a king is assassinated. The people who ordered the assassination were this kind of slave race, free folk of a slave race called Parshendi. Those are like the red things, the singers you see in the book.
Yeah.
Some of them are called Parshendi. That's an individualistic, freedom-loving group of singers. They live out on the Shattered Plains. So they order a king to be assassinated near the start of the first book. The Alethi, that kingdom, then goes to war with the Parshmen. So the Parshmen live in the Shattered Plains. So they essentially the entire kingdom goes down to the Shattered Plains to kill the Parshendi. But when they get there, they discover that there's these giant hulks, and this is where you go like page 11 in the book. There's this giant crab-like hulks that have enormous, what they call gem hearts. So where their heart would be, they have a giant gem, and those are worth thousands and thousands and thousands of bromes, which is like that's it. So, and if you go to page 27, that's an image of the Shattered Plains. So the thousands and thousands of bromes, each of their hearts is like, that's the Shattered Plains behind her. So, chasm hulks or chasm fiends. Chasm fiends live in chasms. And so as they started warring with the Parshendi, they realized, wait, no, we just wanted to fucking kill these chasm fiends and take their hearts. So it actually became like a pseudo war where some of the high princes were cared about the revenge. Most of the rest just wanted fucking these chasm fiend hearts. The Parshendi also want chasm fiend hearts because if you find a giant brome or like emerald, for example, that can be used to make a lot of food, going back to the magic system. So what would happen is that you'd...
And people say Tolkien is messed up. Like what? Like you're killing giant rock monsters at the bottom of cliffs so that you can eat.
Yes.
You can make food. Like
you can make food. Yes, or have money. Whatever they use the bromes for. And then the last layer of that is because both the Alethi and the singers want chasm fiend hearts. It becomes a race to get to the chasm fiends when they show up. And the people, and so some Alethi armies use chulls, which are these kind of like crab horses, to move bridges. But the greedy princes, use people running with bridges to get there faster. It's bridge crews.
Are these just like normal people and normal bridges? I don't.
Yeah.
Bridges are heavy.
Slaves.
Wait, bridges are heavy.
Yeah, bridges are heavy. So it takes like 30 to 40 people to carry a bridge, and they all have them on their backs, and they just fucking sprint across the shattered plains to get there the fastest.
Okay, I know that this is going to sound controversial, but that shit sounds dumb. Okay?
There's no horses on this world. There's no horses in this world. Most things are slow, so people are amongst the fastest creatures on the planet.
I mean, I guess I respect it, but that's just like. Also, I don't know. Like, I don't know if people know how bridges work. Okay, because like, let's say me and 29 of my boys are holding a bridge, which also already.
Yeah, how do they get it past like a wide chasm? I don't think it's really explained.
How are we getting it across anything? Like what? Yeah, exactly. How are we getting it across anything? That's what I don't.
It's not super explained. I assume they figure it out. Like if it's long enough, then you could just obviously slide it. But what if the chasm across is higher? Then I assume you have to tip the bridge. But then how does that work? And it's never really shown how the whole fucking bridge situation works.
Right. And I also am with Pumpkin. Could 30 or 40 people really move a bridge? I struggle to imagine that. I do too, because unless like if by bridge, if we're talking about like a similar, okay, God says it's more of a wide plank of wood than a proper bridge. Okay, like if it's just
the like length, so width wise, the bridge is only about 2 or 3 people wide.
Because I mean, we're talking about something that is, in theory, am I crazy to assume this? I saw armor that weighs 15,000 pounds in the book. So
yes,
I'm assuming that either really heavy people or entire armies are crossing these bridges, which means that they probably need to be fairly robust pieces of equipment.
I don't know how. Because like people in Shardbearers ride horses, and now that I think about it, those weights make no sense.
Okay,
but
you said there were no horses.
Well, they ride something.
They ride humans are fast. That's why they use people.
Maybe there are horses, but there's very very few because their horses are only bred in Shin, which is like far north.
Because like people were talking before about like it takes like an entire team of horses to like carry a single piece of
yeah. So there are horses,
armor. But
they're in Shin, and there's like one part of the world because it's so far from the high storms that's like our world, and that's where you have like cattle and horses. Okay. But they're very rare. Most people have chulls. Anyway, yeah. So like you have usually like 10 bridge crews or 20 bridge crews for a pursuit. So there's like not just one. You usually lay out like fucking 10 bridges.
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like when some really enthusiastic person on r/RPG is trying to pitch me their idea, and I'm like, wow, you have gone way too deep in the tank. I'm thinking about this. Like, I get it. You don't want to be like Tolkien. You know, you want to do your own thing.
Yep.
Because, you know, one of the things I really...
That's it.
Okay.
So that's all the way from Roshar to bridges.
So it does at least clarify how the magic system works.
It all connects.
And why
it all connects.
Like you don't just like have wizards basically.
Well, you do, but like I said earlier, the first book is about rediscovering the oaths.
Right.
So before that, there's none. There was like There's Fabrials, which is a chapter we'll get to, which use those different colored gems to do specific things, but that's not like someone casting magic. The equivalent of someone casting magic only happens in like book 2 or book 3 of the
Garblag, they are carrying bridges so they can get across these chasms in the art. Apparently.
as fast as they can.
Beowulf said, "This is how you write 5 books a year. You just make up super weird shit and you don't sweat any of it." This is the Bob version of world building, right? Tolkien spent like 20 years crafting this because one of the things that this book actually really reminds me of, and going into it, it's been because I get that this is a very popular book. That really makes me respect Tolkien is there are a lot of people who really love Lord of the Rings. I mean, they really love Lord of the Rings. They've read the books, they've watched the movies, they may even own prop replicas or whatever like that. And they can, they're very well versed in, the book. They might have a tattoo on their arm, right, in Tengwar or something like that, And they have no idea who Melkor is, And they have no idea who Manwë is or Varda. They know nothing about the World of Wrath. They don't know about Balerion. They don't really know much about. And I kind of respect that because you can read Lord of the Rings and know nothing about. In fact, there's an entire RPG book. They don't even have the rights to the first and second age in this book. So like they basically kind of completely skip it. So you could do entire things set in that, and you don't need to know anything about this 5,000-year history of the world, because it's it's the past. It's like I can have a game set in modern day New York City and not be like, it began in ancient Mesopotamia. That is where civilization is said to have been cradled. And then first we must talk about cuneiform, and then you will understand why New York City has bridges.
Oh yeah, and I skipped whole sections like the singers and Odium, the new god that showed up, and like what singer forms are, and like fucking I just skipped all because like I loved the first book because it is so connected, but the main thing is, and this is the crazy part, and it's what this RPG is trying to do. The main thing is he keeps going back to that point I brought up about oaths. Mm-hmm. Almost the whole book is about these characters with really shit lives discovering that they can use magic, and as they do so, make these oaths that improve them as a person.
Got it.
And so, like, I actually like it's one of those weird things because you're totally right that Lord of the Rings is a different beast.
Take care, Pumpkin.
But I will say that like Kaladin Stormblessed or Dal Colin or Shallan Devar, like these characters in the book, if you dig the world building, the characters are what sell it. And that first book is amazing.
I mean, to be fair, that is how books should work, generally speaking. Yeah. In some cases, I actually think that Tolkien doesn't write particularly good characters. I actually think he does a better job world building. But most modern day,
and that's unquestionable. But he only has like 1,200 pages to deal with. Like he's not doing. He didn't write the Lord of the Rings over fucking like the Wheel of Time, 14 books or whatever it was. Like he was just
It's a lot easier to have character building when you have 14,000 pages to do it in. Right.
Straight up.
So that at least provides some context that was missing, and that's going to be good because today what I want to get into is we've got some other areas of the PDF to cover. So one of the things that we want to cover is we talked about heroic paths, which are kind of our standard historic, ranger, charisma, smart person, warrior. But then there's these radiant paths. But before somebody said, which is chapter 5, but somebody said, well, before you read radiant paths, you should definitely read chapter 6, which is surges, which is apparently the sort of magic of the system. And then what I wanted to talk about with Vin as well is kind of the chapter 10, 11, and 12, which is the combat, the conversations, and the endeavors, because these are sort of the more mechanical scenes. The game talks about scenes, and that's a great way of modern day RPG systems. This is the purpose of the scene.
I actually hate it, but well, whatever, it's fine. Everyone understands what you're talking about, which is why it's good.
Yes. But there's 3 specific type of scenes that they call out as having sort of more of a mechanical framework, and that is combat, conversations, and endeavors.
Right.
What's wrong
Before
with
we get there, I did have it sounds like I don't like there's also parts in the book where it says on camera and she's like fuck off. Like I don't want any of that in my rule book. But I was curious. So recapping what we did last time. So what we have covered so far is? Question
So,
mark?
yeah, so what we covered so far was the basics of character creation. We went over the character sheet. We talked about how you pick your characters, which is again very different from most from D&D, which is there's only 2 races to pick from, human and singer. We talked about the game's 6 statistics. We basically kind of covered the most of the basics of the character sheet, which is that what happened there? Which is that we've got 6 statistics: strength, speed, intellect, willpower, awareness, and presence. And then, my thing's all messed up. What's going on?
Oh, it's just zoomed in.
Yeah, it's just zoomed in. But it's also like skewed to the left. But we've got here we go. We've got it uses a basic system of D20 roll. You've got all these different 6 skills per group, I guess, which you basically add your stat to your number of dots in your system. Now, we did talk about this, that means that the values are pretty low, Vin, right? Like, because you can only have up to a +5. So, for example, if my speed stat was 2 and I had 2 dots in agility, I'd be rolling +4 with agility. And then you have what essentially is hit points. When you get to 0, you roll on a sort of a wounds chart. As you take more wounds, you roll with bigger penalties so that you get bigger and bigger wounds. The game claims to be theater of the mind, but it expresses everything in feet. And
there's no fucking way. There's 0 chance. I mean, if it gets to the point where feet stops mattering when you can fly and stuff, but like even then, it's just
yeah. I was a little surprised, because it was like, oh, this is a game about theater of the mind, and then it starts talking about the speed, and it's like your speed is 25 feet, your speed is 30 feet, your speed is 35 feet, and I go, when you start doing that, that's not really conducive to things. And that, you're right. You could totally play theater of the mind like that. And I'm not even talking about the Mark Seifter way. I'm talking about you could totally play that stuff. But then if you're gonna have people who go, well, right, but it wasn't my speed 35 feet? Like, what's their speed? Is their speed 25 feet? Because then I don't think they should be able to they should not be able to get in a melee with me. Just saying.
Wait till you get to full speeds, bro. We're gonna get there today.
So the game uses a three AC system, kind of like 4th edition, where you have a physical defense, a cognitive defense, and a spiritual defense. And again, I don't know exactly what those are all used for, but assuming the cognitive defense is maybe tied to the conversational piece, potentially, we know that that means that is a mechanical way of looking at it. You also have this resource called focus, kind of similar to stress from Daggerheart, which sounds like it's going to be a way for you to power your abilities, but also potentially something that you might lose as your character, basically loses focus, like not just mechanically, but like narratively. And then we talked about this Investiture stat, which we did not get into because that has to do with the system's magic system. A couple of keynotes. The other thing that we talked about was the plot die, which I also assume you hate. The name of it, at least.
No, I actually like it. I don't like the way it's explained.
Okay.
And the way it's bounded, but the idea is cool.
And the thing about the plot die is, so there was a lot of discussion about this, about Derek having problems with it, and and I thought the mechanic was fine, but what I realized something about the plot die is that the plot die is an optional D6 that you can add to a roll. The GM can add it. A player can ask for it to be added. There are certain things in the game that require it to be added. And the game kind of gives this really wishy-washy answer about when you would add it.
Correct.
And a lot of people are like, they suggest about 1/3 of the time. Whenever anybody says anything like that, that's just a terrible explanation. What does that mean? 1/3 of your rolls?
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that
randomly?
mean?
Do I just choose a random?
Right. So wait. Before each roll a D6. On a roll of a 5 or a 6, then you'll add the plot die.
If you get an opportunity, then you roll.
Yeah. So, but the net result of it is the plot die basically adds a different additional axes to your roll. The same way Daggerheart has a roll that generates success or failure. That same roll can generate hope and fear. And you can generate hope and fear independent of your ability to generate success or failure. So you have this kind of XY coordinate system of 4 possible outcomes, right? And there's also critical hits, technically, in Daggerheart. So in Cosmere, you have success, fail. But by adding a plot die, you can now generate success or failure, but with an opportunity. Or you could generate success or failure, but with a complication. And the game adds a little bit of I guess, incentive so that if you do roll a complication, it actually gives you a bonus to your roll. So you're more likely to roll success with a complication than failure with a complication. Because obviously failure with a complication is a really shitty place to live. But, it can be interesting and it can generate, right? That's the failure with fear from Daggerheart. But it can happen. Yeah. And, that's part of the fun of playing these games is generating random outcomes. Here's the distinction, though. This is what my important takeaway was. Daggerheart, at its fundamental nature, every important roll is a duality roll. And every important roll is going to generate fear or hope. And theoretically, it is generating outcomes. And if you go to r/Daggerheart or just go out on the internet, you're going to see that a lot of people who have come from a certain 5e trad background,
trad games,
are to a certain extent struggle bussing with that. What this game does is it says, yeah, we got that too. But you can totally ignore that shit if you want to, because it's not actually part of our game's core mechanic. And so what it allows people to do is you can just play this game and never use a plot die.
Correct.
The game works totally fine. And because it's optional, I'm getting the distinct impression that people are going to PF2 hero point this shit, which is to say they're going to forget about it. Right? Like it's going to be like, you're going to be like 2/3 of the way through the session and then suddenly realize, oh shit, we forgot to roll the plot die, or you're only going to roll it when someone has a specific ability that says, roll the plot die. Because it gives the GM and the players the option to say, oh, this was an important roll. But you can ignore it. And so I think that this is, it's like a safety.
I want to defend it.
It's a cool system, but it's designed to be loosely integrated. You cannot argue.
Correct.
Daggerheart, hope, fear, it's fundamental to the entire game. It powers your mechanics power off of hope. You need to roll with hope in order to even use your fucking abilities on your character sheet. The GM's monsters need fear. And this game is very loosely, because they're like, because at first I read it and I was like, oh, this is how you generate critical hits, right? And that's, because if you roll an opportunity, a 5 or 6, you generate a critical hit. And I was like, that makes sense. Like, why would we have critical hit rolls unless it was an important plot die moment? And then I was like, oh, but you also roll, if you roll 20, you also get a crit. And I was like, I was
opportunity ranges.
Yeah, I was like, opportunity ranges. I was like, what is going on? This feels like two completely different systems that are leading to the same outcome. And I think it's because they really wanted to provide a lot of people coming from 5th edition a very comfortable landing zone with minimal narrative mechanic, oh God, I'm dying because it's a narrative mechanic. But they can ignore that.
What actually I like about it. I think that one of my issues with the game, but also something that's very positive about the game, is it requires a lot of system mastery on the GM's part to even run. Not only do you have to know the whole fucking world and what everything fucking means, and you have to track a million things we'll get to today when it comes to goals. And that's actually one of the most important parts of the character sheet. It's on the second page on the right-hand side, goals.
And we talked about those, about how you feel as you achieve those. Yeah,
and so that you have so many things to do. And I think that's one of the things where when you're coming from 5e, you probably forget the plot die. As more abilities start using it, or if you dig the concept from the start, I think you'll be one of those things where it ends up being quite natural in play once you're used to it.
Yes.
To know when or not to apply the plot die, when you want to add complication. Because if you ask yourself a different question is, do I want to make this role have the possibility of a complication or opportunity? If you ask yourself that question when demanding a plot die roll, that gives you more of a... This is why I say I don't like the way it's explained. I don't like the way they frame it, because it's a simple thing.
Yeah, I mean, because somebody made a comment in my YouTube video, and I said, they're like, I think it's pretty natural. Like if a role's not important, you wouldn't add the plot die. Like, for example, if we're trying to see if my character can get on my horse, why would we roll the plot die? And I was like, why are we rolling to see if you can fucking get on the horse?
Correct.
That was the part that I was like really stuck on. I'm like, you're basically saying some of these roles are important and some of these roles are not important. Okay, well, why are we making not important rolls? But I guess because and I see this all the time with Daggerheart. They're like, I don't understand. How do my players span perception checks in Daggerheart? And I'm like, why are they spamming perception checks in any system, let alone Daggerheart?
Well, that goes back to, I always want to quote fucking Mark Rosewater, but meet the players where they are, meet the GM where they are.
Sure. Sure.
It's pretty common for GMs to want to engage the player by asking them to do rolls.
Yeah.
And it is quite common for most groups, most GMs to roll many unnecessary, stupid things they shouldn't be rolling for.
Yeah. Right.
And this just kind of plays into that, right? But I would still think that even for a good GM, when you're asking for a roll just because you don't want to give them a freebie, versus when it's actually really fucking important. So even like for an experienced GM, you do have essentially 2 tiers of roll. It's just that the lower tier wouldn't be very common. You wouldn't.
I mean, so with that in mind, would you agree that any roll in a combat should be a plot die roll?
That's a good question. I think that balance wise, it would fuck everything up. In terms of like what they should have done, maybe, but I also hate complications and bullshit in combat. Like I hate all that narrative bullshit in my combat, so I'm happy it's not in there.
Leave your narrative stuff at the door of the combat. Okay?
Exactly.
No,
well, if the plot has on everything, does it mean it's on nothing?
In a sense, yes. Ray says, I think the plot die and hope fear are just tools to push the narrative and make PCs more involved in the game. You're completely right. They are, Ray. Sure. The difference is that in Daggerheart, every roll generates hope and fear. And there's no way around that. I mean, unless you're like literally just ignoring it and cheating. In this game, it's an optional include. And that is a very distinction, very weird distinction. Because, because another thing that's interesting about it is Onyx says, how the fuck do you know when to roll plot die in combat? It's not 100% right, but by asking a player to roll a plot die, you are increasing their chances of success. Because if they roll a complication, they're going to get a +2 or a +4 bonus, huge, right? Or they're going to get a opportunity, which could be the ability to upgrade their hit. It could it upgrades a hit to a critical hit. It could also give a free recovery of focus. It could give a lot someone to aid somebody in their next attack or whatever. So obviously there's also a third of a chance that it generates nothing and it's just a blank. But like by giving someone a plot die, you are increasing their chances of success. You're either giving them flat out a bonus or you're giving them some sort of critical hit or ability option. So in a way, the fact that it's called a plot die, my brain, and the way that works, this is where my brain goes to. This is my cynical Derek brain. Okay, I'm the GM. I'm running canned adventure. I have to hit these beat points. The players are in this fight. They need to win this fight. This fight's important for the plot. So I'm going to be handing out the plot die a lot because the outcome of this fight is they have to win. They have to go to the next step. And so I need to give them plot dice.
Enemies can have the plot die, can't they?
What's that?
Enemies can have the plot die as well, can't they?
I don't know.
I think they can.
All right, fine. The players have to lose this fight. And so my monsters... now, meanwhile, the party's at some place, because the game isn't entirely on rails. The party's at the tavern. I don't care what happens here. They can roll failures and it doesn't even matter. They're just rolling dice to roll dice. Why would I use the plot die here? That now you're just making unnecessary work for me, because this is where people have always struggled with Powered by the Apocalypse and Dungeon World. Is they go, my player failed a roll to see if he could seduce the barmaid, and it generated a complication. What the hell am I supposed to do? And I'm like, you're not supposed to roll for that. That's what the problem is. And like, but my players want to roll for it. I go like, okay, I get it. You're in this problem. And so this game says, if your players want to make bullshit rolls or you want to call for bullshit rolls, we can ignore the plot die. But then let's go into the stuff that actually matters, the stuff that's tied to the plot. That's, literally it's called the fucking plot die. So it implies that you know whether the players are doing something important or not, right? Which means that you know what the thread of the plot is. The only way that makes any sense to anybody is if you, the GM, know whether or not this role is important before it's even made, which means you know
Correct.
what this story, session, campaign, adventure is supposed to be. It's the only way that makes sense.
Yeah, this is again, it goes back to the framing. If the plot die was called the complication die, and you just added it when you think there might be like something beyond a pass-fail complication, a lot of these problems will go away.
Possibly.
Similarly, if in practice hands, when people are used to the plot die, I expect people to just use it in, like, for example, when a character is like in the heat of combat and they hate a particular enemy and they get this like one final shot before they go down, that's when you'd use it, right? You'd use it to emphasize moments and bring up the drama.
Which is like, why,
again,
it's weird that a third of the faces are blank.
Yes, I agree. In fact, that's one of the biggest annoyances with the plot die. When I was looking at reviews about the game, people brought up the Star Wars die where it had more dark side faces than light side faces, but the light side faces were more powerful.
Yes.
I fucking loved that. That was that's so cool.
Right.
And there's no null result. I think that's what the plot die should have looked like, and it's weird to me they bound it to a D6 as opposed to doing something like that, and a higher D number.
Right.
Yeah,
the force die is very interesting and very cool, and it very much thematically reinforces the idea because it's even kind of diegetic, right? Because it's tied to the force, right? Right. It's not just plot. But yeah, so it's weird to me that everything you said makes sense. Everything everybody's saying in chat makes sense. But what I don't understand though is we go through all that process and then the result is, well, I had nothing.
Exactly. Neutral, like null result. What the fuck?
Yeah. So but yes, and I ultimately agree with Onyx. No, but then if we did that, nobody would play it. So I get why it's a D20 game. A plot die lets you choose to add narrative complexity. It's opt-in narrative mechanics.
Oh, that part I like. I just don't like the null result on the two faces. Yeah.
So, anyways, that was sort of my, my moment of realization, my moment of zen, was that what they were trying to do here was create. Now, I've not played Genesis. I played Warhammer Fantasy 3rd Edition, which sort of predated Genesis. But it's got all the weird dice, and you generate banes and outcome. One die roll generates complications and opportunities and all this other stuff. I get that they were trying to do that and not scare away all the 5e players, basically. So to that end, I feel like they have succeeded.
I think it's a really good, aside from the blank faces, I think it's awesome. I actually really enjoy the plot die. And I would use it like as described, which is either a complication die or as like an emphasis. I wouldn't use it as they ask you to, which is when it's important to the plot, because when the fuck is that? So yeah.
Well, again, if you're running an adventure, you know what's important to the plot or not. All right, so mechanics. Let's talk a little bit about magic. Let's talk a little bit about surges. So,
okay, before you do this, I do have a quick thing I want you to do.
Okay.
You're going to have to read chapter 5.
Oh no.
Stormlight. I think it's Investiture and Stormlight and below.
Oh.
Chapter 5.
Using radiant paths. Here we go.
So the chapter 5 is radiant paths, and then you've got Investiture and Stormlight.
Got it. All right.
Which is
you have to be level 2 to choose a first ideal talent, right? And that's how we get access to these.
Yeah.
You can
and
talk
there's like any other talents you get. Every level you get one talent. You can.
However, even before you gain a level and choose that talent, you can talk to your GM about introducing a radiant spren to begin forging a bond with. Correct. So you'd be like, "Hey GM, when I level up, I want to be so this." See, this is the thing that people don't get. They're like, Derek, why does it take you so long to get through rules? Because I read these little things and it just makes my brain like So here's the thing. For those of you who don't know what this is saying in this game, Radiant 1 isn't just something you level up. Right? This is a diegetic thing. It's tied to the world. You can't just become a Radiant 1. You have to specifically do this where you forge a bond and make an oath with Radiant Spren. And they're like, yeah, okay, cool. I get that. And they're like, but we don't want to fuck with your build. So if you really want to take that next level, talk to your GM so that they can make sure that they introduce the thing that you need in the narrative, in the fiction, so that that'll actually work.
By level 2 or whatever the fuck it is, right?
Or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, hey, by the way, and get going, buddy, because I'm leveling up anytime soon. Where's my Spren at? Svendon says, why would someone not do this all the time? Just in case, just in case.
It's funny because there's only certain kinds of Spren that you can bond with. Most of them wouldn't show up for like normal reasons. They're very rare, which is why the bonds have been like undiscovered for thousands of years. And it's just like the idea. This reminds me of? The 4E magic item wish list.
It is the 4E magic item wish list. Thank you, Vent. Yes, this is exactly the 4E might event. You're like, my build really depends on me getting the rare flame tongue. So if that could just be in the next dungeon, that would be great.
Really appreciate it.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. Here's my GM wish list. It's literally it's like a Santa Claus.
But it's worse because and this is what I was saying before about system mastery as the GM. Imagine having 4 players, or God forbid, 6 players, and each of them has this wish list of the Spren they want to encounter during your first 2 sessions, or at least have an idea of why they might run into it in their free time when they're not on camera or what the fuck it is. It's just fucking crazy.
Force says, "Wait, talk to my GM about what I'd like in the story." Nah, can't play. It's not Force. It's actually Force. Actually, this is actually a problematic for 2 types of people. It's problematic for type person number 1, which is the person who's like, I don't want my game to be like following some sort of arc. I want it to be very simulationist, and I want it to be very naturalistic and very expressionist. Like if my character wants to bond with a Spren, then I should have to go find a Spren. It shouldn't be something that I talk to the GM and they just make happen. The other type of person that this is very offensive for is someone like me who is play to find out. I want the game to be, a mystery. I want it to be, like for everybody involved. I don't want us to sort of sit down outside of the game and decide this is what is going to happen. So they call this, draw blanks, play to find out is what the terminology is from PBTA and Daggerheart now. So I find that this is not play to find out, and I also definitely find that this is not simulation. So this is a Gameist conceit that you are forcing into both the simulation and the narrative. And so
yes.
this is
and it's crazy because it's not only like you said before, which is important to your build. No, this is your build because these are all your magic is related to what Spren you bond. And so like someone mentioned in the chat, like you have your character building process where you lay out the story and your goals for your character, and they're supposed to be aligned with the type of Spren you want to draw. That's all fine, but the idea that you have, again, 4 players or more, each with their own goals, trying to attract their own Spren, I just bet most groups will just fucking hand wave the entire process and just go fuck it. You meet your Spren. What Radiant Spren? What Radiant talent are you taking? All right, yeah, cool. You meet that Spren. Whatever, we'll figure it out. This is like I don't see.
Right. That's
imagine role playing 4 people meeting Spren. Like, what are you doing?
Like Spendon says, like if you're running an Eldamon theme PF2 game, you would need to let the GM know what Eldamon you want to encounter, surely, right? No, Spendon, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want to do it like that. What's the point then? What like I want to encounter I want the next encounter to include that rare Eldamon. Like no, like if it's some rare Eldamon, like if it's some rare ice Eldamon, my character should have to like do research and find out that there's this ancient ice mountains and my character should travel there. I shouldn't just go to my GM and say, hey, I really want to take this Eldamon, so make it show up in the next encounter. Like I don't know. I think that's kind of lazy. I mean, maybe that's the way people play it, but yeah.
Well, and it's weird because we talked about this before the stream. The idea this game doesn't just assume you'll become a Radiant is crazy because they kind of put themselves in this position. there's no way they could have it such that, like, if they want to be earned rather than assumed, then you have to do you're locked into all this nonsense, and you couldn't do it later because everyone wants in past level 2 because everyone wants to be their class as soon as possible. That's one part of just fucking playing all these RPG games. But the other side of it is you couldn't have it be that you do things in the world through your quest line and you diegetically find a spread that matches what you want, because then it's up to the GM to give it to you or not.
Right. Well, there's a couple of X factors here. So number one is Smendon says, I guess it depends if there's a specific build or want. Smendon, you're probably right, but remember, I hate builds, so that is fair. Number two, yeah, here it is. Forsyth says, in the fiction, presumably of the Stormlight archives, the Spren find you.
Correct.
So if that's what you want, the GM could introduce a spread that might not want to bond with you. Then you could choose to bond or not if you play to find out like me. That sounds way cooler. Like, but then that's very anti-build, right? I'm assuming. Because if
what's the player doing with their levels between now and when they find the spread they actually
because
want to
God's
do.
OC says in the books it takes like 3 books for all 3 main characters to get their spren. So imagine if you're that PC who gets your spren last, right? And like everybody else is like level 5 and they've been
popping off with like fucking Stormlight or whatever.
They've been Jedi since level 2, and you're over here Han Solo waiting for your waiting to get your spren so that you can be cool too.
Yeah, the system locked itself into this problem. I don't know really see a solution either.
Jorelson says, Vin, the kind of Jorelson says the issues with this is that all the players would be Radiants at level 2. Right? Because they would all at level 1 go, GM, I'd like to have a conversation with you about the spren that is going to find me next level. Because like why wouldn't you want to, I don't know.
Why wouldn't you? You'd immediately put that, like the 4E request letter.
It's the 4E
immediately.
Well, not only that, there's also another problem with the 4E, because again, I played 4th edition and I tried to use the wish list system because that's what the game was about. The game was about player build, and this is the problem with making equipment part of the build structure, is that now players need to be able to choose their equipment, but they're not literally making it, so you have to find it. The problem is if a player goes to you and says, "Here's my wish list." If I don't, it's like a kid giving you their Christmas wish list. If you don't get them anything off their wish list, does that make me a dick? Yes. I mean, according to the game, it does. So if somebody
who are they going to blame, the plot or you, when they don't find their spread?
So if somebody really wants to be a Radiant one and they talk to you about this, and then it's like, if you don't find that the Spren doesn't find them, and you say, sorry, you're not qualified to take that Radiant one yet. You haven't found a Spren. And I'm like, but Elia, you found your spren, and it comes to you. And Vin's like, what the fuck, man? And I'm like secretly looking, I'm like, you didn't try hard enough. I'm judging you silently. Smendon says, good morning, by the way, Comfortable Gray. Smendon says they had the same issue with the FFG Star Wars game, which is presumptuous because these people are all party. Once you had access to be a Jedi, everyone wanted to be a Jedi. Or have access to the Force, as it made being a normal PC a bit redundant.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this has a system called, which we might get to, which is making someone your Squire, which gives them some of your radiant powers. But imagine that. Imagine being I'll be fine with it because I'm pretty happy whatever as long as I'm playing the game. But some people will be like, wait, are you fucking kidding me? We're level 4. 3 people are Radiants, and I'm just a fucking Squire. Like what? Like,
right. To be fair, I would be fine with that too. Because again, I don't like I said, I don't play to make builds and see it come online and all this other stuff. But all right, so let's talk about this. How do we even get to this point? So you choose your first ideal. When you do choose your first talent, this confirms to the GM that you're interested in becoming Radiant in a particular order. However, your character hasn't yet spoken the words and sworn the ideal. Now, you can understand how someone who doesn't know anything about the way we're talking about would make no sense to anybody.
Correct. Because it doesn't explain it. It just says spoken the words. That's what the ideal. Like,
and by the way, there's a lot of things in this game that put things in quotes, and they're kind of like, they haven't spoken the words, if you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean, motherfucker. I don't know what you mean. Please tell me. But there's a lot of just like nudge, nudge, wink, wink. So the first ideal talent represents that you've attracted the attention of a spren. You immediately gain access to Investiture in the form of Stormlight, and along with it, access to 3 actions: Breathe Stormlight, Enhance, and Regenerate. In addition to healing your body and empowering your aura. Yeah, so who wouldn't do this?
Right, immedially.
Immediately.
Your first talent.
Immediately. In addition to healing your body and empowering your attributes. You'll eventually be able to use your Investiture to fuel the surges of your Radiant Order, which is like the magic. Your first ideal talent doesn't immediately grant you access. This will, instead, it sets you up. Basically, it's like the whole thing like, well, what really gives you the power is when you speak your first ideal and swear an oath. But that would be busted. So we need you to take the feat first, but we can't actually give you the power until you do the thing.
Say the words. Chat is correct.
Chat is there's a lot of screaming in chat right now. All right.
But check this out, which you will likely complete before you gain your next level.
Oh, yeah.
But there's 4 players.
Yeah.
There's 4 players. So we all just
by the way,
bum rushing our fucking arc.
4 players if you're a reasonable human being. I feel like everybody nowadays runs with like 5 and 6 and 7 player tables because there's a significant dearth of GMs. So I see all these tables all the time where people are, Critical Role has 7 people.
That's the norm now. It's like being advertised as the norm to have 5, 6, or 7.
Yeah. So that's a lot
so this makes sense if you're playing with like 1 or 2 players. But when I was reading this, I was like, what the fuck? Imagine having 7 players all asking you for their thing, and you have to role play out them swearing their ideal before their next level.
And even like it says here, it's like instead. So by the way, it says which you'll likely complete before you gain your next level. So that means I leveled up. I took this thing. It gave me nothing. And if I don't speak the words by next level, does that mean I just didn't gain anything for that level? I mean, obviously, I'm sure once I do speak it.
You get 2 benefits.
Okay, you do get the 2 benefits.
You just don't get the 3rd. Yeah.
All right, so Investiture is the energy that suffuses the Cosmere. Is it weird to me that Cosmere is not capitalized ever?
Before that, I need to just underline. So to get to your first ideal, it is a goal. So it's a 3-tick track.
Right, we saw that on the character sheet.
Right, so you actually have to do 3 things that you agree, and your GM has to agree at each step that was progressing you towards that Radiant Order, and then you can swear the oath, and then you can get your spread. So it's like there was a lot here. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. So every soul in the Cosmere begins life with some natural investiture, but they're not able to manipulate it. Characters with an investiture score have gained the ability to wield that energy. This is Stormlight, the energy that coruscates across the high storm, glows within each brome. Again, just random words, and gives the Knights Radiant their wondrous powers. Stormlight is your source of investiture, and investiture pool represents how much you can breathe in and use efficiently. You can use this to activate your surges along with those 3 actions.
So this stuff is explained later, but you want to get to the Stormlight actions part.
Yeah, here we go. In addition to fueling surges, holding Stormlight allows you to tap into powers like improved healing, improved strength, and improved speed. So you're a Jedi. When you choose a first ideal talent, you gain access to the following 3 actions. 2 action, Breathe Stormlight. You draw Stormlight into yourself from infused spheres within 5 feet of you. If you have enough spheres, you can recover Stormlight to your maximum. So that's the money. So you breathe in money.
You breathe in money.
In normal times, done spheres can be readily exchanged for infused spheres.
So those spheres which have had their Stormlight spent can be exchanged with spheres with Stormlight.
Okay. So it's magic cocaine.
Yes.
And high storms occur regularly. If you have at least 3 times as many marks as your investiture total, it's assumed you have enough infused spheres to draw from. Marks is
and
also
I love how
money.
This is before. Yes, I love how this is before the equipment section.
Right.
Because that explains that a mark is the standard denomination.
Right.
And that's what most things are quoted in. It's just like, and a brome is more than a mark, but still only worth 1. So it's like, what is in terms of investiture? Like,
right.
Anyway,
So this is clearly explaining mechanically what this does, and yet it explains nothing unless you have some sort of
unless you read
ahead and or understand the lore of what this means. In some situations, the GM may ask you to keep. So basically, what I'm reading this is, if we have enough money, we'll hand wave this shit and you go to full. That's what I'm reading. This
1,000%, 1,000,000%. If you have 1,000 bromes, why would you track any of them?
Right. That's what I'm reading of this.
My max is 15 or whatever. Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
This is like tracking rations and torches in Pathfinder 2, right? Like, yes, it'll matter that one time that your character, crash landed on a plane, like in the dungeon, and you woke up as a prisoner and you don't actually have your torches, but every other point in time in the game we'll just hand wave that shit and we go, we're not tracking food.
Correct.
You have enough food.
Correct.
Because it does say in some situations the GM may ask you to keep track of how many of your spheres are infused. On those occasions you may only recover one investiture for each infused mark or brome you drain. So basically it's saying hand wave it most of the time, but sometimes if your GM is being a dick and trying to make a point, he'll be like, make sure you track your arrows, and you're gonna be like, ugh.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct. When I read this, I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Why is it like this? It should be like 2 paragraphs. So 2 sentences. If you have money, you can always reinvest.
It's just
in some situations you might not have money and then follow these rules. Like that's what it should be written.
This is like where the GM goes, guys, we're taking this campaign very seriously, and I want you guys to track your arrows. And so everyone's like, okay. I take 40 arrows, and they're like, okay. And then you shoot 10 of them, and then you're like, all right, we're back there. You're like, I refill my arrows, and you're like, okay, that'll be 3 copper, and you're like, okay. And then 5 levels later, you're like, dude, can we stop doing this? I've never run out of arrows once. It's like, yeah, but you might someday. Anyways, and then right before it was ever about to matter, you find some magical quiver of holding, and you're like, I put 7,000 arrows in there. Please.
Get fucked.
Get fucked.
Yeah, so reading this, I was just like, what are you doing?
All right. So anyways, enhance. So you can spend one of your investiture points to become enhanced strength +1 and enhanced plus speed +1 until the end of your next turn. So this is like Jedi super speed, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, because
no,
strength is logarithmic,
true.
Getting +1 strength could potentially lift my carrying capacity by thousands of pounds.
Correct. That is true. So maybe that would be when you do this.
Yes. Hey, there's a mountain in front of me. Meanwhile, the other guy's like, but I couldn't find my spren.
Yes, that is correct. The GM says I could only have my spread next level because someone else in the chat, a good solution, but what I would hate is that they would only give one person their spread per level. And I was like, that makes sense, but imagine being number 4.
Right, well, that's where you go down. You go like, all right, listen up, dude. I understand this is going to suck for you, okay? But someone has to just draw straws. Just sorry, you're the one who gets completely fucked here.
Roll for your spread.
Beowulf, you know what? I know exactly what you're talking about. It's the part where Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon just zip away, and then they never do that again, even though 100% of their problems would be dealt with if they used their Jedi super speed at any other point in time in the entire game or in the entire film. Now, Kyojin, I like that. Whoever pays for the pizza gets their spren. Now we're talking.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Now we're talking. Okay. So in addition to that, we can also heal. We can recover 1d6 plus our current tier. For example, a tier 2 character recovers 1d6 plus 2 health. Remember, there's, I think, 5 tiers to the game.
Yeah.
You can use this free action even if you're unconscious. By the way, this is a free action. This is literally a free action heal at will.
Correct. At 1 investor cost, which if you have money means no cost at all, essentially.
By the way, not only can we do this if we're unconscious, if we're somehow prevented from taking actions. Like your character's locked out, stunned. I regenerate.
Yeah. And I will note, so there's 2 things I also want to add. One, so free actions are interesting in the system that they're limited. You can do during a turn, you can use unlimited amount of free actions, but only 1 of each type.
Got it.
So you only use this once per turn.
Got it.
But the other side of it is when you upgrade this, you can start regenerating limbs.
Oh, nice.
For a free action on your turn.
Okay, so we are really over the top here, huh?
Yep.
Forsyth says, wait, so you're saying that role-playing your goals to bond to spren ends up having a mechanical effect of access to the magic? Yeah, I do think that's cool. I think it's neat.
That is cool. Yeah.
I think it's really cool. It's really neat. I think the issue is that the game then goes, but you really need to get that done by the end of the level.
Because
Like
remember,
that-
regenerating limbs can't do that. Or actually, well, you can not limbs, but you can do a little small amount of health. You won't be able to do all your radiant powers, which means as you're leveling up, remember, there's only 20 levels in the base game, plus 21 and beyond, which is like tier 5. But like, say you're level 4 and your campaign runs to level 6, well, you're only going to have 2 levels of radiance. If the campaign goes to 10, you only have 6. So every level you gain is not just plot time you're losing, but you're also losing campaign left that you actually use the fun shit that the system's about, which is, yeah, I think it's problematic, but I can see why some people would be okay with it.
So this talks about the bond with the spren, you and your spren. As a player, be open with your GM about what kind of spren you hope your character will attract, even if your character isn't personally aware that they're doing so. And I know that there's already a lot of people that would bother. The GM is encouraged to use radiant. By the way, I'm not necessarily bothered by that particularly, but you know,
no, I think it's fine.
The GM is encouraged to use radiant spren as NPCs, communicating when a PC's heroic actions have drawn a spren's attention and approval. However, it can at times be overwhelming for the GM to track all the different types of spren and whether a character is behaving in a way that would attract one. You and your fellow players can help keep an eye out for times when you specifically embody the ideals or preferences of a spren. So you said earlier that this is a lot of work on the GM, and I'm going to say, wow, this is a lot of work on the GM, because like now we're talking about, like even if I knew what any of this shit was, I'd be like, now I've got to freaking figure out whether or not you're making an disembodied spirit thing happy. That's a lot.
Yes.
Now it does say
and each of them
your
is
fellow
odd.
players can keep an eye out for times, because they're basically saying, yeah, that's a lot of work for a GM.
Right.
Yeah.
And so like from here, I think, so I just don't want to know that each of them are odd. And not only that, but so as part of, again, system mastery on the GM of running the system, you'd want to be doing things like, and sadness spren rippled around the ground around her as she wept for the loss of a loved one, right? Because there's spren that do get drawn to normal things, but the spren that actually you can bond to are very rare, so they wouldn't really come up in the normal descriptions of what happens during gameplay, which is again like it just seems odd.
Well,
the only things,
but this is yeah. So this is the problem with making. I don't want to call them chosen ones. Right, but this is the problem with like chosen ones type mechanics, which is that when we're playing the PCs, right, like we want to be like the characters from the novels, but we're also playing a game, and that's what leads to sort of the wish list. You know what I mean? That's because you're like, look, I'm playing this game because I want a radiant spren that is super rare, and I happen to be one of the
happened to find me.
It happened to find me, because that's why I want to play this game. Right, because I don't want to be like everybody else. I want to be like one of the cool characters.
Yes.
Although I'm sure there are characters that don't bond with a spren. But like, and so it puts you in this weird kind of position, right? Whereas in like D&D, there's nothing special about you. Right, like you know, like anybody could pick up a book and start learning magic. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like there's no. The
only equivalent would be back in the days where people cared about prestige classes, and you'd have to do the quest line of whatever the fuck to unlock the prestige class.
Which is we did, and that's why no one ever was a prestige class, as opposed to people just being like, yeah, I think I'm gonna splash Mantis Order Assassin this level. I really want to pick up the bonus damage from that. And you're like, do you even know what a Mantis Order? Yeah. Nobody cares.
I think the only last things that you need to hit on before surges is so to get surges, you have to be in radiant order. There's only the radiant orders listed. Each radiant order is linked to 2 surges. So if you go to the
like if we go to
that diagram.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you go to heroic paths,
I got the diagram.
Radiant paths.
So, like, for example, the stone wards are tension and cohesion.
Yes. And so
very daggerheart domainy.
Yes, that is preceded daggerheart, but
obviously I'm saying that, but you know, it's the same kind of.
But the important thing, the weird thing to me is when you read the radiant orders, it doesn't actually explain what any of the surges do, because it's all deferred to the Surges chapter we're about to cover. And that made it very difficult to me to figure out what the fuck I was investing in, especially since it's often in alphabetical order. So it'll cover things that aren't next to each other in this diagram. And so you're losing track of what has access to what as you go through. So you kind of have to do a lot of page flipping in this book. That's all I wanted to note.
I mean, if you're like a super fan though, don't you probably know like are these things
this?
Yeah, are these like do people in the book really like they make a distinction of this in the novels between someone who's a
Absolutely. Like, I know what my favorite characters are from this list. Like I know that Kaladin's a Windrunner. I know that he is a Gravitation and Adhesion. I know that Szeth is a Skybreaker, so he's Gravitation and Division. Like I know that stuff because again, like the books are all about their characters. But the but it is weird.
This is
gameplay wise.
No, but this is why I can't read. This is why I can't read fantasy with hard magic, and it's just another example of why I bounce off of Brandon Sanderson so much because it's like I don't want my fantasy novel to like be like have you ever read Dan Brown, Da Vinci Code, and
I've watched but not read.
Okay, well, like his novels are like kind of like an attempt for him to like randomly throw in like Wikipedia articles into his novels. Like he's like the character will be on a plane, like flying to Rome, and he'll be like, so and so character boarded the Lear JR 507C, the only private aircraft capable of achieving Mach 3.75. Like it's completely irrelevant to the plot or anything that's important, but like it's just like he just wants to throw in these like random facts about the world to make it, I don't know. And so like there's part of me that's like when I see this, I go, this makes sense as a video game. This makes sense as a role-playing game. This makes sense as like a Path of Exile sphere grid. But it's like, but if this is really part of the novel, I just I just go, man, that just seems so boring.
It's funny because like for me it's almost as I was reading it was more important to me seeing the character development than what powers they had access to. And it actually became odd to me, just like you're saying, when I started realizing that there is this diagram behind the scenes and people do share powers but only one power between each radiant order. And that started being very odd in terms of just like seeing that hard limit come up against how characters deal with problems in the world in the book. And this is actually one of the reasons why I fell off the book series. But anyway, yes. So now you know everything you need to know about surges. You gain access to them by taking that radiant talent.
Because there's another way of saying that this game has this series has a hard magic system. Isn't that another way of saying these characters are basically D&D characters?
Maybe. They're definitely game characters. I wouldn't say D&D, but they're game characters.
Yeah, they're game characters, right?
Yeah.
Like they're restricted by some arbitrary rule,
Arbitrary rule set that's predetermined, and they have to kind of play to it. But on the flip side, it does make problem solving fun because they only have certain powers they've access to.
Except it's problem solving, but in a novel. So the author can make whatever they want happen. Like the author is also the person who set the arbitrary rules. So it's kind of like
the problem in the present. Well, look, as the reader, you don't know how he solves it.
Okay.
But
fair
the author does. Oh yeah, sorry. And so
because I would love to see the author who goes, I'm going to create this arbitrary rule set, and then I'm going to put my characters into a situation where none of their powers do anything, and then the characters are just going to give up, and the novel ends. And I'm like, that I'm really respecting the fiction.
It's a possible situation, and watch them fail. Sorry, I do want to note. So the last thing I wanted to talk about when it comes to surges is you have so many pulls on your talents. So when I looked at goals later, there isn't really a reward that rewards people a talent point. You only get 1 talent point per level plus some, I think 5 extra from your ancestry. But that means you have like your heroic path, you have your radiant order.
Well, by the way, you don't just have a heroic path. You could choose from any of the heroic paths.
Right. And it's expected that you have multiple talking.
So like you could put a point into agent, and put a couple points into agent, and then you could put a couple points into warrior, and then that's also, like you said, competing against my Jedi talent tree.
Yeah,
here.
your Jedi powers. So like it's very rare to have multiple radiant paths. That does have rules for that. But the fact that you have only 20 levels or 10, like let's be real, like your whether the system goes to 20 doesn't mean you're going to get to 20. In fact, almost no one does.
Right.
Most people only get to like 5 levels in a range, or
Sure.
7 levels in a range, which means you're only really picking 7 talents, but you have your heroic and your, like in D&D, I feel it's different. Or Pathfinder is different because you have your skill feats, your class feats, your ancestry feats, but they're not overlapping each other. You pick them when the level tells you can, but they're all independent. Here, they're all running off your one talent pool, which as far as I can tell.
So is your complaint here that you don't get to choose all of your cool powers go burr? Because like, I think that's fine. Like, I mean,
well, it's more like because the cool thing about the heroic pods is that they're like RP powers, but the others, the radiant pods and your surge talents are just numbers go burr, or like abilities go burr, or magic system goes burr talents. So it's like you don't get to really be a fleshed out character because you keep having to choose. Well, you're encouraged to choose depending on how you're playing the game, one or the other, RP or power. Whereas in like Pathfinder, you get both. So
do you?
Kind of very odd. Well, you get skill feats separately too.
Are we assuming that skill feats are
skill feats don't do anything?
They don't do anything. So what are we talking about here? Because I was gonna say,
the idea was there.
I mean, yes, the idea was there. Because you do get,
and other systems have features, and this thing doesn't have class features. Right? You don't get nothing. You just have talent points. You don't have your class features.
I know, but Vin, we're talking about, okay, you get a talent per level, plus at the start of each tier, you get a bonus ancestry talent. And I believe that if you're a human, you can kind of basically get another talent, basically, because they're versatile. The singers take from that singer list. The humans could take from that or their thing. I mean, we're talking about getting 12 or 14, like if we're playing to, let's say, level 10 even, or 12. At level 12, you would have 13 or something, 15 talents. That's a lot of. That's a lot of talent.
Well, it sounds like a lot, but what that actually is just one line from each of your trees.
Okay, you get to choose that
it's
line.
Not even like a whole. It's not even like a whole tree, and that's if you do it that way. Because in most trees are 3 spokes, and you really want one spoke, which is like the default one, which is taking your radiant orders in the first place.
Well, but now you're getting to the problem that I have with trees in general, which is that once you start going down one path, you're highly incentivized to keep going down that path, right? And so what looks like a plethora of options actually becomes a restriction in a sense.
Correct.
Now, granted, some
people
go
to the radiant orders,
and
like
somebody will point out, and they're not wrong, that they're like, well, you don't have to keep going down that path. That is true. That is true. You do not have to. So here's a Windrunner radiant path.
Yeah, just go to that spread.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the spread and open up the book here.
And so the issue I have is that honor spread bonds, each of them has the bond between you and your spread, is like the one which gives you the core abilities like shard plate, shard blade, increased investiture. Like it's the one everyone will want. But it's not like Pathfinder or D&D where you get that as features. No, you have to spend talents on that.
Yeah.
And that's none of that's active abilities.
Hello, Cardboard Enjoyer. Beowulf, it's a milestone-based system, so you level up as fast as the GM says you can. And then Beowulf also adds that they hate that armor so much. It is
very.
I will say that that art's not great.
Yeah.
I would say it's AI, but AI would look better than that.
I don't like how samey they start all looking, and that's really pro. Like
they're like, look how cool they are, but look how cool this one is. Or look how
exactly.
So Thespian Game Master seemingly has a little bit more of insight to the game than we do. Says a lot of the heroic paths are very front-loaded. I think that the main choice is to stay heroic and multi-class, a lot of different paths, or go radiant and just specialize in that path, that radiant, for the rest of the campaign.
For the entire campaign.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. I do think that makes sense. So this is the talent that you have to take and it says your prerequisite is level 2+. So you could technically just take this. There's no other prerequisite. But in order to do this, you have to have basically attracted the attention of a spren in the fiction, but not really, because the mechanic is that you just need to be prerequisite level 2+. But because that really, but because that wouldn't make sense in the world of Stormlight Archive, that's why you have to sort of, and because you don't seek out the spren finds you. You guys have to be like, psst, psst, GM, I'm going to be a Windrunner next level, so you should start having that spren start following me around now, so that it makes sense in the fiction. And so when you do that, you get those original abilities: Breathe, Stormlight, Enhance, and Regenerate. And then after you complete the goal, which is Speak Your First Ideal, you become empowered, and that's when you gain Adhesion and Gravitation. Correct. So does that mean?
Or you get the surges we'll get to in a second, but you don't get any of the advanced forms of those surges, which you have to spend talents on.
Well, my point is, though, is that until you speak the first ideal, you can't take any of these other talents.
No. Right. In fact, there's a rule elsewhere that says when you start a talent that requires you to complete a goal, you cannot take any subsequent talent until you complete that goal. So that's just like the cross talent rule.
So, for example, we take first ideal. That's let's say we take this talent at level 2. All right, and then sometime during level 2, we complete that goal, and we speak our first ideal. That means at level 3, we could now take Stormlight Reclamation or Binding Strike.
Correct.
And by the way, obviously it describes it, but it says you can use Binding Strike when you hit with a ranged attack. That's all it tells us what that does. But
and that's a misprint. Should be melee attack, but yeah. I think because you have Binding Shot afterwards. I was like, that's
Binding Shot. Okay, yes, you're right. Oops.
Yeah.
Now, Kyojin. I think Kyojin's right. I could see a lot of people doing the whole 5e level 3 thing and just starting with characters who've already met their spren and yeah.
That might be the best way to play this game.
I could actually 100% see that happening if you're just like, I want to kind of get to the cool part, not skip the foreplay. Let me just get straight to the cool radiant Jedis.
And then you can have the weirdos who want to just be heroic. Go, okay, we'll start level 3, but I won't have a spren.
Right, you're
I'm just going to do heroic stuff.
Right, that's the person who's like, I'm so different. I'm not a radiant character. I'm just a.
Yes.
Now, I should note that once you speak your first ideal and you gain access to Adhesion and Gravitation, you can go all the way down.
Yes, every level you can continue going down and take the next feat.
Yeah.
But they don't get empowered until you, again, take the left tree to get your second ideal.
Right, and so now this is the bond with you and your honor spren. And this you have to have certain level requirements. So, for example, you cannot speak your second ideal until you're also level 4, and that's when you complete.
This to me struck me as like a feat tax, and getting like 1 per level made this very odd to me. But that's just my perspective.
Why do I? But I don't have to take the second ideal, do I?
No, you don't. You do not. But it does increase how your from memory, it increases your damage and a bunch of other things with that.
That's what that.
Because if you're going down the surge path, then you're gonna do. Yeah.
Well, okay, so this says when you complete the goal, speak your second ideal, you become empowered, and now we can enhance as a free action without spending Investiture. And that basically means we can basically get permanently +1 to strength and speed.
Yes. Straight up, permanent +1, yeah.
But we don't have to have that.
No, you don't. But you need that because it's a prerequisite for third. Third ideal.
But do we need the third?
No.
Do we need to?
You can always step back and go, do we need anything?
Well, no. What if my character doesn't care about becoming a shard blade? I don't want to be a hexblade warlock. What if I just want gravitational powers and I want to be like Magneto?
I actually think that's fair because like a lot of the stuff is kind of combat as
to quote Star Wars MMO, what if I want to be a Jedi counselor, not a Jedi knight or Jedi guardian, right? What if I want to be a spellcaster,
And no, you're not wrong. When you put it that way, you're not wrong. But we're still talking about, even if you go down any of those trees, like 7 levels worth of stuff. So.
Well, okay. So here, first things first. So you get a talent level 1, and then level 2, let's say you take Windrunner. I'm sorry, Key. You take the first ideal. Then at level 4, you take the second ideal. And then at level 8, you take the third ideal. And then at level 13, you take the fourth ideal. Now you've got all your ideals. That's 5 out of like 25 talents over
Yes.
the whole game. That's not a lot.
Yeah.
That's not that much. And it's not like it's not like you're not getting nothing for them.
That's my problem. I agree it's not that much, but I feel like I'm getting nothing. I feel like these things should just fucking happen. I feel like these.
You were right, because you're torn between this thing. You're like, so what happens if I speak the third ideal and I don't have this talent?
Yeah, exactly. You got nothing.
You're like, so
if I do all the RP, speak the ideal, nothing happens.
Right, like I could have the goal. I could have the goal. I could be proving myself to my spren. I could be very dedicated to it, and I'm acting very, spren-like. And then I get to the point where my spren's like, you are ready to speak the ideal, and I speak the ideal, and you're like, where's my laser sword? And you're like, well, you didn't take that talent. I mean, this is a classic problem.
Exactly.
No, but this in that case, Vin, get rid of every single RPG that you like. Because, like, what happens if you're like, okay, Derek.
To an extent.
No, because you're like, Derek, I'm going to find this blade master, right? And I'm going to work with him for years to develop my ability to strike true and strike powerful. And you're like, cool. I'm going to spend tens of thousands of gold. I'm going to go to monasteries. I'm going to focus. I'm going to learn to be able to cut through a drop of water so that I can slice it with a great sword. And you're like, awesome, sweet, sounds cool. And you're like, cool. Do I get power attack feat? And you're like, yeah, when you level up. You could take power attack. Meanwhile, the other character is a wizard, has never picked up a sword in their whole life, and then the next level they go, "Hey, I'm a multi-class fighter, and I'm going to pick up power attack. Is that cool?" And you're like, "Yeah, that's totally fine, right?" Like you've just destroyed all game mechanics that ever existed ever.
I think to me the difference is they're trying. I think it's because of that narrative overlap. It's like prestige classes we talked about before. Your crew just decide to make you have to do the things to get your prestige class. And I feel like this is kind of what this system is trying to make you RP to become a Radiant, but it's also asking for you to do talents, which is it just feels like it's sweet.
Beowulf says in 5e, if you train with someone, you can get feats independent of leveling. I didn't actually know that.
That's good.
I mean, Does anybody in chat? I'm assuming people in chat have played a lot more 5e than me, which is to say,
I have not played any. So
I've only played like one campaign once, and that ended us with fighting a chaos with 10,000 HP in space, and my bard who did 1,500 damage around, with 30 charisma and wish as a bonus action. So obviously, I'm not a 5e expert. Has anyone ever played with that rule in 5e?
This is Bayo confirming his own statement.
Yeah, right.
No one else is. It's too early in the morning.
Yes.
No one's.
But Beowulf says it is optional. Yes, I mean Beowulf by that definition, it's also optional in the rules that like a long rest takes like a month. That's also an optional rule. Anyways,
Anyway, that was just Vin's.
Mattia says in the fiction you can skip ideals. A character does it in the 5th book. I don't know if it's mentioned in the rules though, but the GM can allow it. GM, I don't want any of these ideals. I just wanted the power. I mean, I get what you're saying, but it does create right. It's that whole like, it's a game, right?
Yes.
And we can't just like.
Yes.
Like if we care about
For me, the bigger problem is the fact that I don't get.
Well, no. Your bigger problem
heroic
is
abilities.
This game is not fiction first. Right? Daggerheart very explicitly.
Because I don't give a fuck about fiction.
No, but Daggerheart is very explicitly fiction first. What matters in the fiction matters more than the game mechanics. And so in Daggerheart, if you went and this is not something special to Daggerheart, but this is something special about games that say that they are fiction first. You're like, but there's mechanics and there's rules and there's level ups. There are, and they're there. But if it happens in the fiction, you get that power, you get that ability, like that. What matters more than the balance and the mechanics? Because you're right. The problem with fiction first gaming is it can wildly spiral out of control, and you end up with characters with completely ridiculous abilities because, well, they drank from the magic fountain, and the magic fountain, which I rolled on, said that they got plus 20 strength. I don't know. That's just what happens. You're like, well, where did the balance come in? I don't know. I threw it out the window because that was cool, and that's what happened in the game. That's what always happens in the games that I play, because I like that kind of style of gaming. But Spendon says this game seems to want to be better fiction first, but maybe the mechanics don't necessarily support that.
I think my bigger problem is just that there are so many cool heroic Sorry, so many RP abilities in this system, especially in the heroic pods.
What the fuck is an RP ability?
There's like, for example, seeing backwards in time, or like
That doesn't sound like an RP ability.
Well, I mean, it's like things that affect the fiction, not combat.
Oh, okay.
Right. It's just not right. So it's like there's things that help you convince people, things that give you clues about people's intentions.
Okay, well,
there's like all these kinds of abilities in the heroic pods and some of the radiant pods. But I'm always I have to take fucking fourth ideal instead of being able to do that cool fiction thing. And it's
so you don't want to have to make a choice between being able to look backwards in time and being a Jedi. You want both.
I think the bond tree should be features. I think the bond tree should be features of like a class. Like just fucking use a class system, make those features that are automatically fucking generated at level 2, 4, 8, or where the fuck you want to be, and then just have the rest be talents. That was what I was thinking. Anyway.
Yeah. I don't know that I agree with that, but I think that if you're going to be the Jedi, then you should have to pay some price.
Sure.
And then maybe there is a reason to not be a Jedi.
Yeah, no, I can see where you're coming from. I can see where you're coming from.
And that probably it probably makes it a better game. Maybe it doesn't make it as fictionally appropriate, but maybe it makes it a better game.
I don't know. Like,
Finn's like better game. Well, no. The better game would be the one where I get to do everything cool, and I don't have to make any compromises.
Well, minimal compromise.
You're like, I really don't like making tough choices. I would really prefer to just get everything that I want.
All the cool shit. Yes. But that was all in a prelude to surges. So now we know everything we need to know before going to surges.
All right, so surges are these magical talents that we pick up through our ritual, which means if we want to use surges, we have to be a radiant one or radiant knight.
Yeah, a radiant. Yeah, knight radiant.
Yeah. And there are 10 surges, each which control a fundamental force of nature. So they are very kind of domainy. When you get a surge skill, because we saw that there's blanks in the character sheet. So like you not only do each surge associated with that, but they're also those domains are associated with a skill that links to those. And then as we gain more ranks in a surge skill, this empowers our skill test modifiers and our effects. So here we go. Like rank 1 is D4 and the size is small. Yeah, very theater of the mind. Size 2.5 feet. Size medium 5 feet. Let me get rid of this single page. Here we go. Surge attacks. On a hit, you add your surge skill modifier to the damage. If you want, you can spend an opportunity to turn your hit into critical hit, just like normal things, and you can still graze just like normal. So it's just like any normal of attack.
Yeah. So essentially, you start getting. What I like about this a lot is that it does what we were talking about with Pathfinder, where we wish things like prestidigitation and like lower level spells became skill feats, or it became skills or part of your Arcana skill. This essentially is that. All the basics of surges are skills now, and you just infinitely use them as long as you're a part of that Radiant Order.
Yeah, which again, Joshua says, is this the ritual true again, where some options that are more niche end up being never picked, like some of the domain cards in Daggerheart should have been rituals, and I tend to agree with that. I think that if you pick, this is my thought process. If I have a certain domain, say in Daggerheart or in this game, and both of those games use tiers, tier 1, tier 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, you have the ranks in this game as well. So that's even more dramatic. There should basically be a base level of cantrip that you can do, and that should scale with your level, right? So that, yes, at a low-level character who has access to gravitation should be able to, stack some rocks up, and do some, like, fun parlor tricks. A high-level character shouldn't have to have any sort of spell or ability to do that. And by the time they're a high-level character, they're not picking up rocks, right? They can just make a skill check to make, to float a wall, to float a bridge, just because it's like you're high level and powerful. Now, I know what people are going to say. What about the rogue? Like what does the warrior get for that? Oh, we just had a bunch of tips come in.
$3. This game is trying to have its cake and eat it too, then throw it up and eat it again. Everyone in the book wishes to be a Radiant, because of course they would. The game should assume that every player is a budding Radiant from the start. More income.
Oh, thank you, Satir. And then Volcanic Shepherd came in with a big $30 tip as well. Thank you, Volcanic Shepherd.
The Volcanic Shepherd tipped $30. Okay, I was to save up for tips for the DH actual play, but you made me laugh too much while catching up in double speed. Players have to hope the GM has a high spurn count to get Radiant Path.
So Volcanic Shepherd says, I was saving this for the Daggerheart actual play, but you made me laugh too much while talking about when I was catching up. Yeah, the GM has to hope that you have a high sperm spread count in order to get the access to it. Thank you, Volcanic Shepherd. Don't worry, Daggerheart actual play is coming. It's got to deal with this pesky Dagger Gen Con thing first. The Satir said this game wants to have its cake, eat it too, and then throw it up and then eat it again. It is trying to do all the things, Satir. I think it. For me, it succeeds, but you have to buy into that premise, you know?
I think if you level up quickly, I'm also on that train.
Okay.
Someone mentioned before that we don't know what the leveling speed is.
Yeah.
I think if you play this with a faster... Yeah, if you play it faster, like if you do like a level every session, every other session, and you keep it at that pace, that alleviates the talent problem I was talking about before, which lets people have their cool shit as well as the RP abilities. And I think that would actually make this game work pretty well. Before the stream started, I talked to Derek. I actually think that it's impressive to me how many things this juggles. I don't hate this game.
No,
I'm critical of it, but I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm critical a lot. I mean, there's things in Daggerheart that I'm critical of as well, by the way. I mean, I think this game has a lot of advantages in that it's going, I mean, look, you need to fundamentally be really, you know, you want to play in the Stormlight archive in order to run this game. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't have any familiarity, I'm going to say it right here. If you don't have any familiarity with this world and the system, I find it very unlikely that you would be really excited about playing this game. You know, I don't know who would want to play that. But outside of that, I think that it is really cool, and they are doing some stuff here, which I wish Daggerheart would done. I like that the thing becomes just a skill, and then you can just use the skill. And it feels more naturalistic to me, in a certain respect, and that kind of deals with some of the ritualization issues which I have with Daggerheart. I do agree. I think reskinning the game, Cardboard Enjoyer, seems not very easy. You know, like this is, you know,
impossible.
I mean, this stuff is very intricately tied into this world and to all this stuff, you know. Super chat from our friend Smendon. I feel like this is a game where the rules are trying to service the Cosmere setting first, rather than have a system that works well and then worry about the setting. It nearly sticks to landing. That's a great way of putting about it. So this is a weird situation where, yeah, Ben always says system is setting, right? So Ben says that the type of game system that you have is a way of talking about the setting. The mechanics, the system, the mechanical system of this game is telling you the story of how this world works through the way that all of this shit comes together, and with the oaths and all this other stuff. So I agree with that, Spendon. You know, and I think I think it's interesting. I think it's cool. You know, again, I think the talent system here is actually kind of neat. I think it's kind of cool. Oh, good, they reprint it. I was like, oh, that's kind of annoying that you have to flip back and forth. At least they reprint the...
Yes. And then reprint the tree as well, which is so good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They reprint the tree. That's very smart.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at one that everyone keeps talking about, Gravitation.
Sorry. Before you get to Gravitation, we do... So there's two elements of the surges.
Okay.
There's using the surge, like what we talked about. And when you use the surge, you have to spend investiture. I mean, we've already went over it. You can gain investiture by
having
sucking
money.
It out of spheres. Yeah, having money. The other thing you can do is put investiture in an item, in an object, and you might want to cover those rules. That's at the top of this section.
Yeah, so when a surge requires you to infuse objects, indicate, subtract it from your investiture, that much energy is now infused into the surge effect, allowing the surge to sustain its effects until all infused investiture is expended. Okay.
Essentially starts a ticker. So when you put investiture in its object, it starts a ticker and it ticks down like 1 per round. Essentially.
Got it.
So you can juggle a bunch of objects you've invested. That's the idea. I'm explaining that far more efficiently than this is. It took me a fucking long time to figure out what the fuck I was talking about with objects. I was very annoyed by the time.
Yeah, so here's an example of this using Surge's creativity, by the way. The description for each Surge skill lists its basic capabilities and provides mechanics for use. However, you aren't limited to these rules. With your GM's approval, you can use surges to attempt nearly anything. For these more open-ended uses of surges, you'll still need to make a skill test and spend an investiture in an amount determined by your GM. So this gets back to what I was talking about before, about if you remember when Derek was talking about daggerheart, I was like, don't worry about it. We'll make a check, and I'll say, that's going to cost some hope, or it's going to cost some stress, or it's going to cost some sort of meta resource. We'll figure it out based off of how cool that seems, and we'll sort of establish our own baseline. And that's exactly what this is saying, except this is actually in the rules. And again, there's guidelines in terms of the surge scaling, the scale and the scope and the size of it. And as with any skill test, they'll set a DC, raise the stakes when appropriate. And Fabula Ultima kind of does this with its ritual system. You do have to take specifically a talent called the ritual talent, basically. But because some people might not be interested in that at all. But I really like this. And I think this is a great way to make your system very accessible without having to have 125,000 spells in the back of your book, which are all super niche and don't really make it important. And then when you want to have something that you're like, look, I don't want to have to literally pull everything out of my ass every single time, especially for stuff that I know, one, is going to happen a lot, like damage spells, and two, stuff where we want to have some sense of balance and some sense of what should this cost, with damage spells. And so it's yes, the fire attack spell or the gravitational attack spell, we have that as a thing, and you need to take that, and that's a game mechanic. But trying to figure out what the ability should be to, use gravity to make your bar mug float over to you or whatever, just pull a bar mug to your hand, or hey, we're trapped. Oh, the guard's keys are on his belt loop, and you're like, can you use your gravitation to suck the power, kind of force pull it? And you're like, no, I didn't take that spell today. It's come on, man. That's not
correct.
I thought you're a master of gravity. Yeah, well, I didn't take that power, that. That's a very womp, 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 womp moment. And I try to avoid those as much as possible. All right.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. So there is 10 or whatever surges.
Yep.
Or something like that. I don't think we can possibly get through all of them.
No, we can't.
But I reckon, the two ones I read that I thought was, that's fun, are Adhesion and Gravitation, because those are two from my favorite character. So I think those would be
all right,
good to give you an idea of how they work.
All right, well, we'll look at Adhesion then.
Yeah. Adhesion's fun.
They bind things together. These are the fundamental forces of the universe. Glue. These can be physical objects, or for more advanced surge binders like bondsmiths, spiritual connections as well. Adhesion infusions are most commonly used to create a full lashing, in which the surge binder adheres two physical objects together by manipulating air pressure and resistance. All right. Adhesion surge radiant orders from the bond, because again, each of these goes to 2, right? So this one's you can either be a
players
bondsmith.
Can't be bondsmiths, so it's just been running.
Oh, okay. Why can't they be bondsmiths?
Lore.
Oh, wait a second. What do you mean lore?
Lore. There's only one bondsmith alive at any given time from memory.
So I can't be that person?
No. He even says players can generally not be bondsmiths. I don't think he says general. I think players cannot be bondsmiths.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fine. Whatever. That's lame. Everyone's saying there could be 3.
3 bondsmiths. 3, sure. Yeah. There's X number. Yeah.
Bondsmith is too hard to RP. That's what it said. All right. To perform a full lashing, which is just so stupid, spend 1 investiture or more, infusing it into 2 unsecured objects within your reach and within 5 feet of each other. You have to have a hand free, blah, blah, blah. The infusion uses 1 investiture each round, and the 2 objects become stuck together for the duration. Each object you target can exceed the scale size, depending on what your thing again, so we know the size and scale of it. If you wish, one of these 2 objects can instead be the ground, the wall, the ceiling, or similar size. You can target this surface regardless of its size. You can't use this surge on characters, you can't use a surge on characters, invested objects, or objects that have been infused with Stormlight. So basically, I can stick things to things.
Yes, and later it says, but you can stick a character's clothing or things they're holding, but you can't stick them.
Got it. While you can't target characters with adhesion, you can target objects they're holding or wearing.
Yeah.
You can use this surge in countless creative ways, and it's up for you to GM. You might lash your opponent's boot to the ground, and they might become immobilized. Or if you lash their bracer to their pants, they might gain a disadvantage on their tests until they arm into single stuff. I think that's cool.
Yeah, no, this is starting to unpack what is actually cool about the system. We spent a lot of time talking about the negatives of the system and the weird fucking nuances and shit. Now we get the surges, which is what people wanted you to look at, because surges are fucking cool because they're all fundamental forces. And essentially, if you go to like breaking a full lashing, it pretty much says the lashing won't break. The things being lashed will break. So you can essentially, by spending again just a skill check and some investiture, do crazy shit with adhesion throughout the world. And your only limits are how big the object is, depending on how many ranks you have in the skill. And especially if you're just doing to a surface, because
it's got to be
infinite size.
At least baseline, it's got to be next to you or near you.
Yeah. Oh, and then and like one talent later, it's 20 feet from you or something.
Oh, okay.
Or
so it starts off. Yeah, you can expand it. No, but I think to me, this is a cool way to do a magic system where you provide guidelines, and the magic does a certain effect within a sort of a structural reason, and then we just rely on the GM and the players figuring out how powerful should this effect be? We have a very core set of mechanical principles that we can rely on in the game. You know, if we think about Daggerheart, for example, you might say they're restrained, they're vulnerable, we only have a couple of conditions we can throw at them. Cool. Like they say here, maybe they're immobilized or you give them disadvantage, right? We have these very kind of core group of small mechanical effects, and we can, and to within a certain extent, you could be like, you can do anything you want, and we'll map it to, one of 10 effects, and we can give it some nuance. Yeah. But as long as we have this understanding of connecting the fiction to the mechanical world, right? We need that sort of interface. And other than that, we can do anything. And I think that's awesome. Yeah. Because then, right, like Beowulf says, like, for example, you could lash their sword to its scabbard before they're able to draw their blade. Awesome. But like straight up. But you would never have that as a spell. And if you did have that as a spell, it would be so niche.
Who would take that spell?
Would ever take that spell ever? So this is why I think that this type of system is so good. And yes. I'm here for it.
In fact, it's just a skill check, and it essentially a skill check against that DC, whatever the DC is. So if it's an item, I think it's their physical defense. So you do a skill check against the physical defense, boom, you can stick something of theirs to the ground, and it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, that's very cool. So so that's basically the baseline ability, right? Then we have these talents that we can add. It is a little annoying that these are in alphabetical order.
1,000%. I was mentioning this earlier. Fucking alphabetical order is pissing me off. It should just be in the order of the thing on the left.
Because you're like, oh, adhesive trap, and you're like, oh wait, that's the 3rd tier ability. You're like, I'm not taking this to like level 5.
Yep.
So real quick here, so like I think all of them have this Stormlight Reclamation. Is that right? I think all of them have it. So this talent lets you end those infusions that you've made, and you can recover the investiture. So basically, if you don't need that effect anymore, it kind of lets you end the effect and reabsorb the investiture that you put into it. Is that what that does?
No, I think you can do it as an action, and this makes it a free.
After your infusions expend their infused investiture at the start of your turn, you can end any number of those infusions within your reach and recover all remaining.
Oh, speak the versatile deal. But it's a talent to do that. I thought it wasn't a talent. Oh, maybe you're right. Yeah.
And it's a free action. So basically, like, you can end your effects and recoup your costs. Like if that guy that you bound his sword to is dead, now you can just be like,
but like, would you do that when you could just say, fuck it? Oh, actually, it's a free action, so it is useful. Yeah. But otherwise, outside of combat, you just say, oh, I'll just have an infinite investiture anyway because I'm in money. So
yeah. Right. Anyways, but you need that to be able to take distant surge binding. So this is where it kind of feels like a feat tax.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is what I meant.
But this is why I don't like trees. This is why I don't like. This is why I don't like sphere grids, and this is why I don't like, because I said before, every time you take a talent, every time you take I know, sucking the dick of Daggerheart, but like in Daggerheart, there aren't prerequisites. So if I want to take a really cool power at level 7, I can just take it. It doesn't matter what I didn't have to take a power at level 6 that I don't really excited about just to be able to take the power at level 7. maybe I really want distant surge binding because that sounds awesome.
Well, everyone would.
Everyone would. Like who wouldn't? Yeah. I mean, I don't even know this game. I don't even know this system. I don't even know this world. And the first thing I thought of when I read that was, well, that's kind of lame that you have to be within 5 feet. You're like, there's a talent later on that lets you do it within 20 feet. I go, okay, that's sweet.
Yeah.
That's way cooler.
Sweet.
That's way cooler. So yeah, of course I want distant surge binding. And they're like, cool, you could take that. But first you have to take this Stormlight Reclamation talent. You're like, when would I even use that? I don't even know if I would use that. Also, I have a lot of money, so I'm going to get all my powers back. Like, I guess there's some niche uses for it. I just don't really think I'm excited about this. Well, you have to take it if you want to take distant surge binding. This is why I don't like trees. Because I'm not saying that power isn't useful. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm even underselling.
Well, especially when you're capped low. When you're capped low, it'll be useful because especially as a free action, you can do it.
And now I understand. And then when you start talking about trees, this is why you get to the Vin hurry up and level thing. Because you're like, well, all I got this level was this Stormlight Reclamation. I'm not even excited about that. And and I remember playing World of Warcraft, and I'm like, cool, I want that talent in the talent tree. We have to take 5 ranks of this talent above it. What does each rank of that talent do? Increases your critical hit chance by 1%. So I have to take that 5 times, 5 levels, just to be able to take the power I actually want.
Meanwhile, I could have taken a heroic talent that made me tell what someone's thinking, right? It's just like, it really annoyed me when I started doing the mental math about how leveling would be, but yeah, it is. We've already talked about it.
So then if we take distant surge binding, we don't have to actually specifically go into like the exact mechanics of these, but because we get this. Extended adhesion, your full lashings only expend 1 investiture per number of rounds equal to your rank in adhesion. So before it was 1 investiture per round. Now, if my adhesion skill is rank 5,
3,
it's 5 rounds per investiture. So basically, like, 1 investiture is probably good for the whole fight, which is which is
especially if it's after distance. So you'd essentially be able to invest a bunch of shit in your first round. And then,
absolutely. I mean, you could just bind a bunch of people and all that other stuff, which is very cool.
Yeah.
Then after we have extended adhesion, we can either go to living adhesion, which I'm assuming lets us attach people. Yep, you can use adhesion on characters.
Yeah.
We can also get access to the final one of the other tier. So the other tree is Binding Strike, which lets us use Binding Strike when you hit with a melee attack. There is a typo
melee
here.
Attack. Yeah.
Binding Shot,
which is actually very powerful. That's
Binding Shot lets us use a ranged attack. We'll get to those actually specifically what these do. Adhesion Trap lets us make a trap out of adhesion. We'll talk about this in a second because I think I don't like this because I'm like, why can't I just do that with full adhesion,
right? Because affect characters, it doesn't affect characters. This makes me is it letting me affect a character? What's happening here?
What's happening here? And then Superior Bond automatically succeed on all opposed tests to maintain full lashings against characters with strengths no higher than your rank in adhesion. So basically, if you're strong enough, they can't break free of it. Period. We had a super chat from FL4G. It's fine to freely choose between powers from 2 domains, but it'd be way too much to choose powers from 10 different classes. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think you're right. I mean,
I agree.
No, I agree. Yeah. Well, the other thing too is, I'm not saying it's not a problem, but like in Daggerheart, there are currently 21 powers in a domain, and you have 2 domains. So over the course of the game, there's 42 powers, and you get, like, if you take all the talents upgrades people probably would take, you get like 15 cards, 15 out of 42, right? So a little bit more than a third. But like, if you think about the fact that you have access to your Radiant Path and then you have access to all the Heroic Path talents, you're kind of like, you could build anything. And that's cool. But also I think some people are going to be like, I feel like I want to take a little bit of everything and I'm spread too thin. I think it's very freeing, but I could see where people feel like it's just too much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a good point too. That's another good point. So FL says, but also all those cards aren't available at once, right? This game says at the beginning of the game, you take anything,
whatever
basically,
you want.
Basically whatever you want.
If you have the fire thing in the tree, you're good.
Yeah. That is a good point. That's actually a really good point. So I could see where that could be. Yeah, analysis paralysis. It could just be like, I don't know what I want to take. And I mean, I don't know. I'd rather have more options than less, I guess, sometimes, but I get it. Okay.
I don't find this game overwhelming once you grok it, but you have to grok it first. Yeah. And it's not like
and there's a big hurdle.
TTRPGs either.
Right. Yeah. Right. So adhesive trap. So let's look at what Binding Strike does first. All right. Activation star.
Brightening Strike's fucking broken. I love it.
You can seamlessly use Adhesion. So this basically is a PF2E action combiner.
Yeah.
It's an activity. It's
better than PF2E.
Okay.
You'll see why.
Okay. After you hit with a melee attack, so basically, normally it's like you're like, oh, I can make an attack. I can make an adhesion action. And they're like, what if you could do both at the same time? After you hit with a melee attack, you can spend an opportunity, which means we either crit or we roll a plot die and we roll a 5 or a 6, just so we're clear.
Correct.
Or 2 focus, which is our sort of resource, our personal focus, mental clarity resource, right? I think it's tied to willpower as a stat. To use adhesion, infusing investiture as usual, but without spending the action. At least one target must be an object the target is holding or wearing, and you automatically succeed on the test to infuse it because we
automatically succeed.
Well, no, because this is just like it's like a mega spell strike.
Yeah, but most of the Pathfinder things they made a double check. This is just straight up. Yeah. So like for
spell strike they did.
Knockdown. No, spell strike they didn't, but knockdown is, and like all the fighter ones usually are.
Right. Well, that's because you can use them infinitely.
Yeah.
So
you can use almost infinitely.
No, because you're limited by investiture and you're limited by focus. And you're limited by rolling.
Focus, I don't know what the focus economy looks like, but I feel like you would use this often.
I mean, to be clear, this is how you get around the problem of this is a classic problem in RPGs that are round-based initiative systems. And this is a round-based initiative system. You get to go once a round. You can either go fast and get 2 actions. You can go slow and get 3 actions. The problem is you go, I want to bind them. Oh, and you're like, cool, but the best condition is dead. So I want to do damage to them too. Cool. Cool. How do I do that? No, Spendin. Speaking the first ideal is a requirement just to take the talent. And speaking the first ideal is basically like you make like an oath to these elemental spirits or these primal ideal spirits where you basically say like, I will defend the weak, or strength will set us free. And you're like making this like big pledge to these sort of abstract concepts within the Cosmere verse. And as a result, these spren sort of respond to that. And as you sort of live up to those big ideals that you've sort of committed yourself to, the power grows within you. Is that roughly equivalent to it?
Yeah, so you'd have to take the first talent, and then you have to speak the ideal, do the 3 goals, then you speak the ideal, and once you can do that, that's why it doesn't say prerequisite the first talent, the key talent. It says speak the first ideal, because you still have to, after you take talent, you still have to speak the ideal before you can do any searches.
Right. God says strength before weakness. I'm assuming that's one from the book or something.
That's the first. Everyone's got the same first ideal, I think, except for 1 or 2.
Oh, okay. Life before death. Cardboard Drive says, I will carry the bridges. So Beowulf says, so the objects don't even need to be touching just within 5 feet of each other. So you could bind their sword to the floor even if they aren't touching. Yeah. Beowulf.
Correct.
Right. So they would be like,
sick.
It would get like stuck.
Yeah, sick. Super cool.
Right. And you might think to yourself, well, that's pretty powerful. Now imagine doing that at ranged.
Yeah.
You paint your ammunition with adhesion before firing it or throwing it, transferring the infusion to one of your target's possessions. You can use Binding Strike when you hit with a ranged attack at any distance, and you don't need to touch the infused target or even have a hand free. So, cool. Basically, we can shoot magical super glue at them and make them get stuck to somebody. So that's pretty cool. So now we get to Adhesive Trap.
Is problematic.
Yes.
Yeah. I think this is the last one you should read before skipping to another one. But read this one.
All right. So you can infuse adhesion into surfaces, causing anyone who touches them to become stuck. When you use adhesion, you can choose to infuse no objects and instead only infuse a portion of one surface. So it's like you normally need 2 things. I'm only picking 1. When another character touches this infused surface, they become subject to the full lashing with that surface for the duration of the infusion. And you test to lash them in this way automatically succeeds. For example, a character becomes lashed to the surface if they're touching it when you infuse it, if they later touch it while moving through its space, or if they're forcibly moved into the space. So basically you create this square.
Sticky trap.
Yeah, it's a sticky trap. I'm assuming that this doesn't actually affect characters. It still has to affect one of their objects.
That's what I was telling you before the podcast. I'm pretty sure it's their boots or
Yeah.
like something that on them that makes sense.
Yeah, I like
Otherwise, it's violating
I
its
like
own
what
rules.
SM1 says. Adhesion dries up normally. This makes it stay wet. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a cool way to do it. And now I'm kind of starting to get to a point where I'm like, I get that this gives us that additional ability. The idea that normally adhesion has to be between two things and then they stick. And this lets us sort of like hold off on choosing the second target. And so I get why that's an additional talent, because it's like, not only is it mechanically powerful, but it's almost like a fundamentally changing the rules of how adhesion magic works. So I can buy that.
Yep.
And then Superior Bond just makes it really strong. So they if they're not stronger than your rank in adhesion, they can't even break free.
Yeah. So from there, I think it's good. So that gives you an idea of adhesion.
Yeah.
And that gives you an idea of like how a lot of these work, which is really cool.
No.
I think
So Vin, which one's the most powerful? Vin, which one's the most powerful?
I think it's probably transformation. But someone in the chat really wants you to read or liked transformation. I like gravitation.
Okay.
If we just hit those two, I think we've covered surges really.
Okay. So let's take a look at two more then.
Gravitation and transformation from the chat.
Okay, gravitation and transformation. Gravitation for Vin. This is division.
I think you can get the idea of these just by reading pretty much the start of each of them anyway.
Yeah, sure. All right. Change direction and magnitude of gravity. So it's basically the reverse gravity spell. Basically from D&D. Gravitation infusions temporarily draw an object to another point instead of the planet's center of gravity. Okay, makes basic sense here. So our basic ability is called Gravitation Surge, available to Skybreakers and Windrunners. It is a single action. Again, we perform a single action, perform a basic lashing, spend 1 investiture or more, infuse a character or object within your reach, and it can't exceed the size of our skill ranks depending on our ranks of gravitation. And uses 1 investiture per round, and the gravity changes for that character. This change uses your gravitation rate, which begins at 25 feet.
That's pretty wild. Whole thing.
Your target doesn't move fast enough to deal damage on impact. However, if a target is aloft when the surge ends, they fall. Okay, so it's not only changing the gravity, but it also it's weaker than Earth gravity.
Yeah.
So they don't fall at free fall.
No.
Okay. You can also target a willing character, granting them a flying rate equal to your gravitational rate for the duration. Alternatively, you can infuse yourself with gravitation regardless of your size, gaining the same flying rate. All right. To target an unwilling character, see gravitation on others, makes sense. You can target an object, declaring a new direction for its gravity at the start of each of your turns. After it expends 1 investiture, you can move it in a straight line. And again, you can't use it on objects which have already been invested. We make a test against their physical defense, and if we do, now they are floating around at our will, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. So like if you read these, it's like, oh, I can think of like a million ways to use this. And that's what all of these feel like.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem. I played 4th edition D&D, and I've talked about this before, Vin. You even mentioned it, where I was very cavalier with the usage of certain skills. So in my 4th edition campaign, the Arcana skill was not simply knowledge of the arcane, right? Arcana skill represented your ability to wield and use magic. Yeah. So very famously, later in the game, in epic level, Moros, who was an Eladrin wizard, his home city, which was in the Feywild, Eladrin cities shift between the Feywild and the real world. His home city was being attacked by Fomorians, twisted Fey giants. And he used an Arcana check in a skill challenge to break his city free of the earth and lift it to safety.
That's sick.
Okay. Now he's epic level. His Arcana rank was like, he had like his Arcana check was like plus 35. And so I was like, I was like, anybody with Arcana can do this. It's DC 50. Right. So, and he, rolled and made the check and lifted his city up with an Arcana check. It didn't cost. We didn't even have meta resource, so it didn't cost. Maybe maybe it cost him a healing surge or something like that, right? The strain of lifting his city up. Maybe it did cost him a healing surge, but there was no ritual. There's no system. Now that's how I use skills. I like skill systems like that. That is what this is, by the way. Now, Arcana as a broad spectrum gives you a lot of coverage, so this is actually a little bit more balanced. The problem is people will, and I think it's awesome. The problem is people will go, great. What does the epic level fighter do in that situation? Right? What does the epic level rogue do in that situation? Beowulf, it is exactly like Attune in Blades in the Dark. Yes, Attune in Blades in the Dark says it's a skill that lets you, or it's an action, but it's a skill that lets you attune to the ghost field. And the ghost field is like, it's the weird magical energy that exists on the other side of the, the mirror. It's this weird realm of anything possibility. And it's like, I don't know, make it up. So attune can do anything. Whereas like the prowl skill is very clearly like, you're sneaking around. Like, so the problem with these situations is, and this is where D&D magic gets kind of right-sized, balanced, is Vancian style magic was very powerful, but it was very niche, and it did this one thing, and it didn't even necessarily work like a physics engine, right? The magical effect, you can't think of it as like shooting a bullet from a gun. No, it just does this thing, and that's it. There's a reason why Wish was a 9th level magic spell, because Wish was basically just do whatever you want. And, this spell basically lets you just do something crazy, weird. And so the problem with this type of effect is, this is totally awesome. And when everyone's a Radiant one, totally awesome. A Radiant Knight.
Until then, though,
but
guy.
But if one person's like, oh, I'll use my Gravitation. Oh, I'll use my Gravitation. Hey, guys, I'm going to pick the lock. You're like, no, it's cool. I gravitationally rip it apart. Hey, guys, I'm going to do this thing. We don't need you to jump over the cliff. Why? We got this. I gravitationally float us over. And you're like, hey, no, my character's really good at climbing the rocks. It's cool. I'll just float us all up. My character's really strong. I'll lift the boulder. It's cool. I'll reverse gravity on it and flip it up. Like, you're like, what am I doing here? Like, you could just solve everything with gravity, and I'm over here picking my ass. And you're like, well, no, it's cool. You do damage. No, but you do more damage than me. And that's the classic problem with that. Yeah, it's the Star Wars who gets to be the Jedi thing. And this game doesn't put a restriction on it. As anybody can go to the GM and be like, in the GM's DMs, and be like, I want to be a Radiant Knight. Can you start having a spren take an unusual interest in me? And again, that type of thing that I'm just describing, right, where the Jedi's really cool and the other characters are cool too in their own way, is really cool in books and movies. It's not as cool at the table.
Right, because everyone else starts feeling useless.
Yes, you start feeling useless.
Yeah, and it's like someone in the chat asked if these powers are good representations of what the characters do in the books. There's actually dovetails in. First of all, absolutely, actually, yes. It's actually really cool how well they captured some of that. But it also leads to what Derek is saying, because some are just like, I can throw rocks at people. And this one's like, I can make things fly.
Right,
like,
right, exactly. We did have a super chat from Slatebeard. Thank you, Slatebeard. For the 50 sec. Woo, EU stream. Respect, yes. These do double damage because it's obviously like middle of the afternoon for EU. And we're even getting our NA audience as they wake up on Monday morning. They're like, cool, I really don't have to do anything work today. Can't watch now though. Gonna watch the VOD. Here's to the Gen Con fun. Also, Dagger hype. That's that's one of my goals. I want to figure out a way to get Vin into a Daggerheart game.
I'm game. I like daggerheart.
Okay, all right.
It's not love it. I just don't love it.
You like it, but you don't love it. But yeah, it's like Susmend says, it's like having a sibling that's a superstar football player and you work at McDonald's and your parents are telling you that you're just as successful as they are. You've worked so hard.
Because like if you look at Gravitation, you don't have to read all of these.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read all of them. But
is like the third one down.
Yeah,
and like you can just make everybody fly. Easy. That's like a level 4 feet or whatever.
By the way, this says with the key here thing. I was like, yeah, but then it's limited. And it's like, oh, you don't without expending additional investiture. Yeah. So basically, for one investiture, you can infuse an additional number of characters up to your rank in Gravitation, which I'm assuming at this point is like 3 or 4. So like, you're basically the whole party.
As if you wouldn't dump every skill point into Gravitation.
Right. Once you have Gravitation, what am I? I'm a master Radiant. What's your Gravitation rank? 1. Yeah, I suck. Right.
I put them all in like investigate or the fucking.
Yeah, I put them all to investigate and seeing backwards through time. Like, no, you're not. You're fucking doing this. Slatebeard says, yes, you're a valuable member of the team. Yeah, and here's the thing. It is totally fine to have, and I understand, by the way, some players are fine with that. You know, at the table. I get it. That there's a certain type of player personality to whom they're like, look, I get that I'm not a Jedi, but, you know, I'm the best pilot, you know, this side of the Milky Way. And I'm cool with that. Yeah. That's all I need to do. Like, I get it. I can't force deflect, and I can't heal people with the force, and I don't have visions, and I can't super speed, and I'm not all this other stuff. But I'm a good pilot, and I'm okay with that. And I know that that's only going to matter, like, 10% of the time, and that the other 90% of the time we're going to be in challenges and fights and star fights, and the Jedi are going to be one-shotting people with their lightsaber, and I'm going to be pulling out my little blaster pistol and being like pew 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 pew, and I'm fine with that. I'm accepting of that, but not most people, and rightfully so. You're here to play. Now, Aeropressor says, I do know that the game was built to make non-Radiant players feel just as powerful as Radiant players. That was one of Brandon's specific requests. And I will say, I do have some confidence in the game's design because Vin was bitching about it. Because Vin was saying, oh, I want these other feats. I want these other powers from the heroic feats, but I can't take them all. This is bullshit. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, that's actually good because it means you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like, if you want to be the gravitational master of if you want to be Gravity Magneto, then you're not going to have some of these really cool heroic talents. And the fact that Vin was kind of jelly about some of those heroic path talents gives me some hope that
you're not wrong.
That would be something that could actually be. And here's Beowulf, of course, saying, I love playing non-Jedi in Star Wars fan, because of course you do. Because they're just as good at the Jedi at what they do. I'm the best at what they do. It's like this. It's like we used to joke because we used to play Marvel. What was it called? It was like a Marvel fighting game, but it was multiplayer. It's like Marvel Alliances or Marvel Allegiances or something. We used to play it over Smith's house, and Smith would play Wolverine. And the joke was that, like, Wolverine sucked, but because of his regeneration ability, he just like couldn't die. Smith like invested all these points in him, and so everybody, whenever we'd fight a boss fight, everybody else would be dead, and then Smith would just be sitting there going, but no one else is alive. And then Smith, no, this was a video game, Marvel Mutant Alliance. That's it, and like Ultimate Alliance. That's the game. Ultimate Alliance 2.
I love that game.
And as he's sitting there, like every so often, like his Wolverine character would be like, I'm the best at what I do. I'm the best at what I do. So that's like a joke for us. And the thing was, it's like, there's no world in which Magneto or, X-Men Legends was also good. I think we played all of them. Anyways, there's no world in which Wolverine is good at anything, right? Because, like, he's just a guy with claws for hands, you know, like other characters are just like literally able to like,
like Jean Grey can like fucking turn you inside out. Or
there's just no world in which Wolverine is good at anything, but we have to pretend like he is, and it's just like. Foxtruck, let's see some heroic paths. We did cover some heroic paths in our first stream,
last session.
Yeah, but
I will note that most of them are kind of meh, but the agent is fucking awesome. Yeah. In my opinion, most of them are meh.
Also, by the way, I do like. By the way, if we look, you have to invest 4. You have to invest 4 talents all the way down just to be able to get like functionally broken flight. Yeah. So it is a big investment. Yeah. It's like this whole left column here is just flying.
Yes.
Right. Flying ace, then stable flight, because otherwise you gain disadvantage when flying because you're kind of like whoa. And then you have group flight, which is out of combat, and then aerial squadron lets you finally use group flight in combat. So like it's a big investment to do that.
Yeah.
And then the other one is sort of, hitting people and using gravity on them at the same time or slamming them into objects. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then the last one we're going to look at is
transformation.
Transformation. Okay. And you said this one's
just quickly. So the chat was asking whether Division does a lot of damage. Yes, Division's the damage one.
I got it.
It starts with like 3d4 plus X. It's quite strong actually, and it really quickly escalates to 3d12 plus X because all it is your skill ranks. But no, yeah, Division's the one that does the most damage. Transformation is frankly also broken. It's fucking awesome.
Aeropressor says any Stormlight fans will also prioritize their ideals. Getting a shard blade is a big part of the fantasy. And this is what you're talking about with speaking your third. I think you get your shard blade when you speak your third ideal.
Yes, third.
Look at me now. I know shit. I'm speaking like someone who knows anything about Brandon Sanderson now.
Sanderson expert.
Good job, game. Again, and I reiterate this. I bounced off of Way of Kings. I bounced off of Mistborn. I loved his Wheel of Time books. So, transformation also transforms one material into another. Professor McGonagall power. Got it. Often called soul casting, this surge shifts your perception of the object you want to transform, allowing you to see and communicate with its cognitive aspect. Again, mumbo jumbo that means nothing to anybody. Because they're like, hey, it's called transformation, but actually it's often called soul casting. And then here at the beginning they go to soul cast the material. You're like, you've just introduced a bullshit mechanical concept. Then you gave it a new name, and now you're referring to that alternative name. Like, it doesn't say to transform a material. No, to soul cast a material. Fuck you.
Because I've read the books, it didn't phase me at all. Like, oh yeah, soul casting, yep. And it's just,
no, fuck you. In fact, it doesn't even mean to soul cast a material, make a transformation test. Fuck you. Just call it transform, you gatekeeping fuck.
Because in the books, you're introduced to soul casting first.
Sure.
And you only find out that's transformation later. But I love the fact that you're totally right. The book, this rule book gives you like none of that. It just goes, what is the other? And then you whatever. When you soul cast something, it's like, what?
Yeah.
Why am I soul casting it? What is soul casting?
Right. They just kind of drop this casually. You're like, transformation. Yeah. Okay, cool. I know transformation. That's a real word. Right? That's a real word in the real language that we all use. And they're like, sometimes it's called soul casting. And that's how we're going to refer to it from here on out. Okay. So, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Soul casting one material from another is simple, but it requires the more change of essence. Got it. So if we want to do weirder and more broad, like bigger jumps in transformation, we get the entire transformation difficulty class matrix. All right. So if I want to choose, if I want to turn a solid into flame, it's DC 30.
Well, that's fucking sick. I have to say, that's fucking awesome.
So
that's pretty cool.
I'm going to guess that makes someone just explode.
Yeah. I assume it says you can't use it on creatures. And then
actually, no, it says it's only available to people with the flame casting talent. But yes, maybe you can only use it here. But you transform them. And then
you can turn them to clear air. You can turn them to fucking air. So
one investiture for a small, 2 for medium, 3 for large, 4 for huge, 5 for gargantuan. If we fail, we don't transform, and we don't spend the investiture. Interesting.
Most of them are don't spend.
Oh, and by the way, that's nice. So if you fail to compel the material transform, you can't attempt to soul cast the same object during the scene. It's just scene word.
It told you no. It told you no. And yes, I hate the scene word, but yeah.
I do like this art. So
yes, that's the soul caster.
Is this him wearing money on his wrist? Is that what he's wearing? Money on his wrist?
Kind of. It's wearing a soul caster. Those are bigger than bromes. So those are the kinds of things you'd be killing the giant crabs to get the heart, to break them apart, to put into these to make food.
So couldn't I just soul cast a chasm fiend and turn it into air and then just grab its thing from its core thing?
I think when in the actual book, when you soul cast something big, you just soul cast a chunk of them.
Got it. Take care, Smendon. Thanks for stopping by. Turtle gems turn to people to air, possibly. Okay, so just a little sidebar, by the way. Peering into Shadesmar. The Surge of Transformation grants a limited ability to look into the cognitive realm.
Also known as Shadesmar. I will just refer to it as Shadesmar.
To do so, you can spend 2 investitures and use a skill to make a transportation test. On a success, you can use one effect from the transportation serve to perceive 10 feet around you in the corresponding location in Shadesmar. Just... Yes. Anyways, you can't... Makes no sense.
Can I quickly tell you what Shadesmar is? Because it's funny. I just want to see your reaction.
Okay.
It is... So every object has a soul, and it's represented by a sphere like similar to like a sphere weaving, just the money, but in Shadesmar, which is the cognitive realm, which is like the mental version of our realm. So when you go there, you're just in this like sea of spheres that are all the objects around you, and that's why you can talk to a single one of them and convince it to change form. That's what it's talking about there. Makes no also not only is it unique to Stormlight, but any other Cosmere book, this is alien to them. So the whole thing's alien, even within Cosmere.
Cardboard Roy says, I have no idea what most of these words mean, and FL4G is outing themselves as a super nerd by explaining it. To be fair, there's a little bit of a Earth Dawn here thing, right? Where in Earth Dawn, it's kind of a wheel time thing, but all right, Earth Dawn, everything is reflected by a pattern, and that pattern like everything has a specific pattern in like the astral space, and if you change the pattern, you change the thing in real space. Anyways, I am noticing here. There's kind of a sort of a, like a sort of a progression here. Like there's one that usually lets you then do it at a distance. There's one that makes it so that it lasts longer. Like they're kind of sort of following the same thing. To be able to turn something into flame, you have to be able to take the specific flame casting thing. And yes, each character takes energy damage when you blow them up into flames. You can't soul cast living creatures.
Satyr has beat on my case all night, including on the Discord, because I am slightly incorrect about many things I'm saying. That is fine. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to get the basic ideas across.
We got a tip coming in from Orcus Son.
Orcus and tip $10. You wouldn't soulcast a car, would you?
You wouldn't soulcast a car, would you? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that you could. Like, it seems like you have to like specifically choose parts of the creature, not the whole creature. Could you like transform a car into something else? What would that be? A solid? Like, could you like transform someone's armor into nothingness?
Well, in the book they do that.
Oh, they
do.
don't.
So I don't know what the fuck is the deal with, because it's. Look, I assume he has reasons, but it does feel that sometimes it's a bit wishy-washy, specifically about soul casting. Soul casting is very strange, because you can do it with those jeweled hand pieces you saw in the previous image. That's a Fabrial you can soul cast with, and the rules seem iffy, but whatever. Like, don't overthink it. The point is, how cool is it in the game that you can change shit to gas at will? That's fucking awesome. But
the thing is it lasts, right? So what happens when the investiture ends?
I don't know. I haven't read this one yet, because it should just be transformed. Maybe it just costs a lot. On successful transformation test, you compel the thing. It doesn't have a duration. It's done.
You can't initially soulcast living materials, including creatures and plants. You definitely pay investiture just based on the size.
Yeah, I think it's done. It's transformed.
I think it's permanent.
Yeah, the chat says it's permanent.
Okay.
That's sick. That's fucking cool.
I mean, again, very cool, very powerful. Again, very broken. The character's like, but
again, some other guys are like, I can throw rocks.
Right.
They're just like turning.
I can turn this character. I can make this person turn into gas. But okay.
The fucking guy, the Stone Ward. The Stone Ward is the guy who just throws things and is strong. Like, it's very funny.
So
but he makes sinkholes. But
yeah. So right off the rip, we could take a talent called Living Soul Casting, which lets us spend one investiture and make a melee transformation check against the spiritual defense of a living organism, and it just does spirit damage. So they sort of abstract.
That makes sense.
Fucking away somebody's body by just making it damage, which is good. It's not just I make them explode, like instantaneous, which is good.
Oh, if they're reduced to 0, they die.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. The target does die. So that is a special thing, right? Because normally they go into like the wound system. Similarly, flame casting, When soul casting flames, attack each character within 5 feet using transformation versus physical, rolling 2d4 energy damage. So again, we can basically you can cast fireball. It's kind of like what they're basically doing.
And the reason why it's D4 is because that upgrades with the skill rank. So it does get up to D12 or whatever.
Got it.
It is.
Right, strong. It scales with your skill rank. Now, here's the one thing: persistent transformation. When transforming non-living object, your max DC is 15. Also, you can attempt soul casting, but on success,
you can reattempt.
Oh, okay.
Reattempt soul casting.
You can reattempt soul casting, but on a success, you have to spend an additional investiture for each additional soul casting failure. Got it. So when you're transforming non-living material, the highest that the DC can go is 15. So if I want to turn,
that's ridiculous.
So that's you auto succeed basically against things that aren't living creatures, basically. Because by that point in time, right, you probably have a really high rank and stuff like that, right? So like instead of using this matrix, you're like, hey, I want to turn this rock into food. Well, I guess rock into food is already DC 10. I want to turn this rock into air is normally DC 25. And now you just 15. You just make it DC 15. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
And that's a cool thing here. Soul casting non-living material and requires 2 fewer investiture. So, and you can't get both of these. I mean, you could, but it would require a lot of investment. But this gets back to what we were talking about you're probably going to invest a lot into this. And remember too, as a Radiant, you not only have your sort of Radiant ideal tree, but then you have 2 of these domains that you get access to. Yep. So as crazy and as powerful as this all stuff seems, remember that these Radiant Knights are doing 2 potentially of these crazy abilities. Like your character could be doing that adhesion thing and the gravity thing. Yeah. So.
Well, that's one of the important things because they're specifically only each Radiant Order can only get access to specific ones. You can't mix and match. All of them tend to be roughly balanced because they get one broken one in one way and a broken one in a different way. And plus you have the talent things that restrict you. But I will say shout outs to Stone Wardens because they seem like they got the short stick. they just hit things and like can create sinkholes. I don't know. It's very funny compared to some of the other fucking broken shit you can do.
Andrew reminding us that skill ranks are right. The max skill ranks are gated by tiers, right? We talked about that first time. You can't get to +5 until you're level 16 plus, which makes total sense.
That's fair.
So yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, I will say that like the talents seem like they are more about expand, like the core basic of what I like that. The core basic of what it could do, you get right away. The talents just really kind of like let you expand on it. It's almost more of like a horizontal progression rather than a vertical progression. And I like that a lot. Like I would be, in some ways, I would kind of be okay just having the first talent of a lot of these.
Yeah.
Like
straight up. But it would be good too. Yeah.
You don't have to like invest just to be able to do cool shit, Yeah. Which I think is really, really neat. By the way, everybody's Andrew says the system's about going wide, not going deep. I mean, I do think there are some cases where if you want to be really cool with that particular, domain or
making everything DC 15 is a different kind of depth. It is depth, but it is like it's not like D&D where the numbers go per. It's just like you get expanded uses.
Let's talk because we're coming up on hour 3 here. Or the end of hour 3. So let's talk about conversations because I did want to talk about that. We looked at combat before a little bit. We talked about how you can use focus to turn misses into grazes because you roll your damage die at the same time as your attack die. So there's kind of a cool thing. We talked about the initiative system, which I like. There's no initiative roll, which is cool. That it's a fun choice that you get to make each turn. Do I want to take 2 actions or 3 actions? Again, personally, I don't like that the GM has to pick. I think it'd be cool if like the monsters' turns just went between all the time. So you're basically choosing, do we go before the monsters or do we go after the monsters? If we go after the monsters, we get 3 actions. If we go before them, we only get 2, which I think would be cool. So we like that. I like that system. Again, very Shadows of the Demon Lord-esque, which is really cool. And
I love this. Like I have thoughts on it as well. I like the system as well. It's just that because neither of us have played it, it's hard to get a good read on it.
It is hard to get a good read on it. I mean, we see there's some Pathfinder 2 similarities here, right? With certain things taking multiple actions in order to sort of, kind of recoup their cost. Obviously, by making something take 2 or 3 actions, you're really limiting it. If you do a 2-action activity, and you went fast, that's the only thing you're doing. You're not moving. You're not doing something else. So the game has a reaction system. I like that aid is a reaction. So we see that there's some basic, type attacks, move, dodge, disengage, basic type stuff here from a combat perspective. Interact is an action. The great equalizer when games are like, this game's awesome. This game gives you 3 actions or 4 actions, and then they nickel and dime you to shit on what those actions can do. You're like, I could do this for free in 5th edition, and you're like, now you need to interact. Yeah. So the ever eponymous strike action, to use your weapon, of course. Disengage. I mean, this sounds very, it's very similar to 5e. You spend an action, and you don't, you can move 5 feet without triggering reactive strikes, aka 5-foot step, aka step, aka right. I mean, so there's a lot of PF2 DNA here, and we know that system works.
It feels
well.
very PF2. It's PF2X Shadow of the Demon Lord is exactly how
PF2X Shadow of the Demon Lord for sure. We have a ready action, and then we can see that some of the specialist actions like grappling and shove take 2 actions. Now, what I don't see is is there like a multiple? Oh, okay. I was like, is there a multiple attack penalty? No, but I like this better. Did you see what the strike does? It's you can use strike more than once, but each attack must use a different hand. And if you attack using your offhand, you have to spend 2 focus. So if you want to be able to make,
doesn't it just say the second attack costs 2 focus?
Because they wanted more words. Well, no, because it has to be an offhand. So like if you only have 1 weapon, you can only make 1 attack.
Okay.
And I think that's important. Well, because then that would be even more, that'd be more wonky. So basically, because a lot of the Radiant crap requires you to have a free hand.
Yeah.
The surges. So by default, those characters are only going to be attacking once per round. And this way, like if you want to be the character with 2 cool weapons, In fact, one of the things that sticking strike did say was that you don't need a free hand to do that sticking strike, the adhesion strike or whatever.
Yeah, adhesion one. Yeah. So essentially, this is saying in one way or another, you can't strike multiple times unless you dual wielding.
Yep.
And if you are dual wielding, it's 2 focus to do the second strike.
Right.
I like that.
I like it too.
I like it mainly because that means if you can't think of what to do, you can just take a fast action, a fast turn, which means you just strike and move.
Yep.
And then you can just move before the enemies, and that gives you an out.
Yep, I agree. And so pretty cool there. Free actions include things like we have a recovery action, which is totally like Second Wind from 4th edition. You can only use it once per scene. And you get to roll your recovery die to recover health and or focus as if you had just finished a short rest. So there you go. That's how you can recover.
Or you can be a Radiant and just use it every turn.
Or you can be a Radiant and you can use Investiture and just heal for free as a free action at the start of your turn.
Every turn.
So there you go. 2 actions or 0. Satir says, if you're not a Radiant and you don't have a Shard Blade 2-handed, then what are we even doing here? We're being cool characters, Satir, who explore this space. Reactions are really important to me. You get 1 per turn. Reaction aid is a reaction, which is great. It means you don't have to set it up in advance. I hate that. But I also love that it does cost a focus. That way aid isn't free. That way you avoid like, I help, because it doesn't cost anything. At the same time, giving up your turn to help somebody in combat feels like ass. You should be able to get to do cool things too. So this is probably one of the better ways that you could ever do a aid type reaction or a type skill, which is it's a reaction. It still costs a limited resource. And, and it talks about here, like, this is kind of where you get to the theater mind. For example, if it says you might aid their attack by flanking and distracting an enemy. So rather than worry about the actual tactical position, it uses this as a proxy for the tactical position. And by the way, though, it straight up gives them advantage. Oh, it gives them an advantage. I'm assuming that means advantage.
Because you're going to have 2 advantage, one for each type of die.
Oh, right. You're right. That's why it says an advantage. Cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very cool here. Normal attacks follow all the same basic rule. The only thing is you roll the damage dice at the same time as the attack die because you can spend a focus to turn a miss into a graze.
And beyond that, all these rules, like you kind of covered it last time, and all these rules nothing here like jumped out at me as surprising. It's really how the combat interacts with things like surges that the system starts to take off. That's like where the system turns to turn on, is when you take these basic things, but also mix in the actions you're spending on surges.
So SM1 wanted me to call out gain advantage, which is where you make a skill test, and if you succeed, and you describe how you're using the skill test, and if you succeed, you gain an advantage on your next test against that enemy that uses a different skill. So, this is kind of like basically you can use your own skill. You can use an action to give yourself advantage, basically. Hey, look, we can talk for free, and if it wasn't here, we wouldn't be able to do so.
On page 312, they have possibly what I think is one of the worst diagrams for line of effect I've ever seen.
Okay.
But aside from that,
I just want to say here that they do have a thing here about creative maneuvers, and they want you to, in order to keep the game simple, they've given us a limited number of actions, but that doesn't mean they can't be part of your story. When you strike, if the GM agrees your maneuver is possible, they'll choose a defense for you to target, potentially add one or more disadvantages. And if it succeeds, the GM will determine any narrative or mechanical effects of your maneuver in addition to the normal damage dealt. So I think that's kind of cool. That's why there's not a disarm action, All right. What are we going to here, Vin?
Oh no, I was just pointing out that like as you go through this, a lot of it just fall. If you know PF2,
I mean we've got rules for squeezing, we've got rules for 3-dimensional movement, we have rules for forced movement. I mean this is all just basic
falling, cover, difficult terrain,
trad D20 stuff here. Here's our variant using a grid. Everything I've seen about this game suggests that it's not variant. So there's that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here is this diagram that Vince says is terrible.
Oh man, well I did not like it. 312, the line of effect diagram. I was just like, I got no sense of elevation from this.
Oh well, so I'm assuming that it's just that the red lines go through big rocks, and so there's no line of effect.
Yeah, sure, but it's the way it's shaded makes it look like there's difference in elevation, and that just makes it very. I don't know. I found this very hard to pass, and I was like, okay, whatever. I know what line of effect.
That being said, let me just say this is the third now. So my favorite cover system of all time, was 3rd edition. And the way 3rd edition worked is you picked a corner of your square. You then projected out 4 lines from the corner of that square to the corners of the 4 corners of each of your opponent's squares. If all 4 of those lines were unimpeded, then that character was in no cover. If one of them was covered, then the character had quarter cover. If they were 2, they had half cover. If they were 3, they had full cover. And if they had all 4, the character either wasn't in line of sight or they had 9/10 cover, because you couldn't see any of the 4 corners, but maybe there was like an arrow slit, right? So you could see their face, but you couldn't see them. That was a great system. PF2 introduced this weird like from the middle of your square thing, and I don't like it. And I much prefer determining corner cover from in line of sight and line of effect from the corner of your square. I think it's more intuitive. I think it makes more sense, and I think it works better. So
I like. I don't. I'm gonna say how Daggerheart does it, but I don't even know if Daggerheart does it.
Daggerheart doesn't have that.
Whatever makes sense. Exactly. It's whatever makes sense. Don't fucking have rules for it.
Daggerheart doesn't have rules for that. Daggerheart goes, yeah, he's gonna have cover. Shout out in chat if you actually ever figured out cover like that in PF1 or 3rd edition, because if you did, respect. In fact, we used to have these little like strings that we would use to sort of determine. Anyways,
the next page has your favorite section.
We've got opportunities and conflict, complications and conflict.
There you go.
So there we go. And by the way, this is all the shit that you hate, Vin. Enemy reinforcements arrive. Why? Because the die said so. It would be dramatic.
Oh, kill me. Yep. My character just dies. I leave the table.
And we got stuff about attacking mounts, and
that's it. That's combat. That's
okay.
The whole chapter.
So yeah, very basic, very basic. So conversations. So this is a new type of scene mechanic that uses mechanics Although it is defined by war, politics and intrigue have played an equally important role. Conversations encapsulate social scenes where at least two characters are talking and attempting to achieve goals through dialogue, such as negotiating, deceiving, interrogating, or establishing personal connections. Sometimes you might want to persuade someone, so why would you use these? Sometimes you might want to persuade someone, in which case a single test is usable. However, if two or more groups are trying to reach a compromise that requires both of them giving something up, if belligerent forces are negotiating, if multiple people have conflicting or competing goals, or sometimes a single person needs to be convinced of multiple things, or needs to be convinced to significantly act against their own interests or ideals. Now, I know that among many controversial opinions I hold, one of them is that I don't like to just leave this to role play, which is what is a bullshit term anyways. The whole game's role playing. But a lot of people are like, no, we're just going to talk as our characters and figure it out. And the reason why I think that's bullshit is because we don't do that for combat. And we don't do that for jumping over a pit. And we don't do that for anything else. And a lot of people say, yeah, because we can't do it in the real world. So we have to use the game mechanics. That's fair. I know a lot of gamers who couldn't convince anyone of anything. So I think that this is what makes the game a game, and I enjoy playing that, and I like that the game has mechanics for it. So respect. All right. Social interaction is complex.
It's weird because it's kind of both, and as you get to resist the influence, which you'll get to,
yeah. Now to be fair,
it's kind of has
the best system I've seen of this yet, and this was an early version, so I haven't seen it yet, is MCDM. It's Draw Steel, because Draw Steel brings in the idea of like, yes, but what you suggest and how you use your information changes.
You're talking about the negotiation system that almost no one else likes.
Yes, yes. That was awesome. Because it's still used. It's not just like spam diplomacy.
Sure.
You actually have to describe what you're doing. You know, it's way of making the social combat tactical.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways. We set goals. Conversation is significantly less structured than combat. Time isn't tracked as concretely. However, certain rules. Flexible rules. Characters can generally only contribute one at a time, and everyone in the scene should have a chance to contribute. When everyone has had a chance to contribute, this counts as one round in the conversation. This isn't as structured, but it helps with the timing of effects and game abilities. I adhesion his lips shut. He can't talk.
Can't affect people.
You can eventually, right? If you're really high level, or you have a talent, right? As your fellow players and GMs play out your interactions, you can communicate either using your character's voice or describing your actions in third person. Either way, each time you meaningfully influence the conversation, you're making a contribution, in bold. For example, you might want to shift the conversation's focus, sway participants, support an ally, or gain more insight. These contributions aren't intended as rules to limit the scene, but to provide much support for roleplay as your group finds helpful. How a given contribution is resolved depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Some contributions might be a wry quip or flavorful injection, while others could have a significant impact on the conversations and might require a skill check to resolve. Most contributions are one of 5 things: influencing a person, lying, using logic, intimidation, or of other means, exerting influence. To change a character's opinion on behavior, you'll generally make a skill test with a DC equal to their spiritual or cognitive defense. Depending on the circumstances, which I like, the GM might increase or decrease that DC, and you might gain an advantage or disadvantage depending on your approach. Even on a successful test, the other person might temporarily resist your influence by spending focus. So this is the attack, and focus is the hit points. But I like there's a lot of things here, Rich. The base DC is determined by the character's mechanics, but the GM might change those DCs depending on that particular character's circumstances. Additionally, your approach as a player might result in you getting advantage or disadvantage. So, for example, I might say, "Oh, you're talking to him about the war, and he's an ex-soldier. You're an ex-soldier, and you're really bringing up your time spent in moving bridges." And he's going to be like, "Cool, I'm sympathetic to that." And the GM might give you an advantage because of your approach, and not just I talk to him about anything. I diplomacy him. I like this is these are all the levers that you need in order to make this meaningful. You can help or hinder, usually granting an advantage or an opponent disadvantage, depending on how you say. This is where you're like, I can't really think of anything, but I want to help. You can bolster an ally. You can encourage or reassure an ally. This usually results in your target recovering a bit of focus. So basically heal them in the middle of a social conflict. You can gather information. Depending on the difficulty, they make a skill checks against their spiritual or cognitive defense. And this gives you information, I guess. Or you can interject flavor. Fluff. This is the
both
fluffy
bolster and this. I feel like the guy who stands behind the rapper, who's like, yeah, man, yeah, he's right. Yeah, think about this time. Yeah,
he's the hype man.
The other guy.
Yeah, he's the hype man. He's the hype man. You heard what my boy said. Now listen again. I like that there's literally a rule for fluffy bullshit time. You can always interject to add flavor or context to a conversation. These contributions have no rules. They're just a fun part of role playing. Wow. Mr. Kiko's confirming slaves move bridges, not soldiers. My mistake. So when to test, we've got rules for persuasion, deception, intimidation, leadership, perception, insight, deduction. These are all skills in the game and how they might come up in this system. We also have ideas for opportunities and complications that come up during the course of the game. If we've decided that these are important roles, and we should roll that. However, let's get to the meat of ability. By the way, some talents, actions, and abilities are focused on combat, might find creative use inside of a contribution or a conversation. Some abilities provide guidance for using them outside of a combat. Like I was saying, adhesing their lip together. I don't know if that would actually be a thing. But your focus represents your mental wherewithal, concentration, and patience, making it very important during conversation. Until you run out of focus, you can use it to avoid being influenced by other characters, as well as to fuel special talents, abilities granted to you by your talents. Both NPCs and PCs tend to have a strong idea of who they are and what they will or won't do. So when you attempt to influence someone in a conversation, it's unlikely that you're going to change their mind with a single test. When a character succeeds on a socially oriented skill test against an opponent or does something persuasive, their opponent can choose to spend focus to resist that influence. Sorry, changing.
Yeah, so it's like
the amount of focus spent depends on how persuasive the GM believes the contribution is. If it is reasonably persuasive, an opponent must spend 2 focus. If it's an extremely strong argument, they must spend 4 focus instead.
Yeah, that's why it's like it's got its foot in both camps. It's trying to be very loosey goosey,
yes, but
still trying to give it some weight, some mechanical weight.
Yeah, and I don't hate this. I do agree that conversations are a place for more free form flow mechanic, and I just like that this game is like, here are some levers to provide mechanical context to what is, a pretty free form type scene, and because I don't literally want social combat to be like intimidate. I don't want that. I flank him. You get deception, sneak attack, lies. I don't literally want social combat to be social combat. And this is by the way, Daggerheart does the same thing, because in Daggerheart, when you do social conflict, you can inflict stress on your opponent. When a character gains maximum stress, they become vulnerable, which is basically like, and now they can be easily persuaded and changed, and it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's on the next page. The next page kind of talks about running out of focus.
Yeah. Any effect targeting a character you can influence can be resisted by that character unless otherwise stated. In conversations, your opponents are usually the ones resisting influence, not you. Depending on how the conversation goes, the GM might ask you to resist influence at some point. But the way you roleplay these situations is up to you. You're never forced to choose between spending focus and making your character believe or do something that doesn't fit their story. Boo! This is where they always come up with these cool rules, and they go, but the PCs are ignored. The PCs ignore all those rules. And
you can't make characters feel things.
You can't make characters feel things, and I think you should be able. I can make them dead, but God forbid I make them feel things. So, running out of focus. An NPC's focus can be an effective timer or gauge for your progress in a conversation. While a pliable target like a town guard may be given quickly to your party's persuasion, a strong-willed NPC requires more convincing. For these characters, the GM can have them spend focus to resist the PC's influence, requiring the group to wear them down with several attempts. When an NPC's focus is reduced to 0, they become too frustrated, scattered, or distracted, one might say vulnerable, to effectively contribute to a conversation. They can no longer resist being influenced and might check out of the conversation entirely. I've also talked about how in Daggerheart, when a character gets to 0 or full stress and they're vulnerable, that might be morale. They might just run away, you know?
Right. And that runaway one makes me kind of annoyed because, like, we just got you to 0 and now you're just leaving. But I feel like it feels like we just tried for half an hour to convince you of something. Now you're just noping the fuck out. But like, yeah, I feel like a lot of this, it's still better than fucking make a check against their DC. And
Agreed. Some resistant characters might need to be worn down before they can be convinced. However, failures, complications, misspoken words, or the pressure of time could result in the conversation ending before you get your way. Sometimes it's better to take a different approach. And this is why I liked the draw steel approach, because they had that patience. So it was like a combination, because certain attempts, it wasn't just like, well, we failed. It's like, well, yeah, but the NPC has a limit. You have a limited number of rounds to convince them before they run out of patience. And then they're like, look, I'm not listening to you anymore. So MCDM sort of distinguished between the noping out of the conversation as a different lever or a different resource, which I liked a lot. I did like that better than this, because it's basically, I agree. Hey, I got to 0. And they're like, I'm out, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
If you start running low on focus, you might decide you might want to step away from the conversation, or you might consider a cue to roleplay a different tactic. A hothead might decide to start a fight, while a more reserved character might give up on the conversation and find more accommodating characters to talk to. So again, kind of guiding that. And then they talk about different types of conversations. Inquiry is more of a fact-finding type mission. Negotiation, obviously. Scheme is where you're trying to con or dupe somebody. Well, that looks pretty sweet. Social conversations, where you're trying to build friends and allies and build interpersonal connections. So they talk about the different types of thing. And then we get an example of conversational play as well. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
The One Ring kind of has that patience thing too. Yeah, for the council rules, Beowulf. Yes, you are right. You are right. Again, good game mechanics abound. I don't think we're gonna have a chance to here. Andrew says, Derek, the game mastering section goes deeper on how and when to use the plot die. I recommend checking it out. I mean, I know when they want you to use the plot die. I just don't like it. It's like the end is the long and the short of it. It's a powerful storytelling tool for creating dynamic, exciting, and unpredictable moments in your game. In times of tensions, it can inspire the PCs to greater threats than they ever thought possible. And in times of failure, it can be a glimmer of hope. Choose when to raise the stakes on a skill test, prompting the player to include the plot die. Knowing when to do so is key. If you raise the stakes too often, it stops being excited. But if you use it too sparingly, you miss out on its storytelling power. So, you know, difficult choices, plot twists, high stake activities, meaningful moments, you know, and in combat, you might want to only use it in dramatic moments. It's a kind of it's kind of a legal way for the GM to fudge, basically.
Well, yeah, it's like, well, it's a mixture of fudging and you can use it as that kind of like a carrot if you really want to.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you know, they talk about the collaborative aspect of here and increasing the player agency and the players, you know, asking to raise the stakes. So is the plot die good or bad or both for the PCs? I find it rather confusing. And generally speaking, I think it is good. Because even if you roll a complication, you're going to get a bonus to your D20 roll. And obviously, if you roll an opportunity, you're going to be able to use it to recover focus or aid an ally or get a critical hit. So generally speaking, it is good. Generally.
So noting that the Endeavors section is pretty much a skill.
Look at this. Another access. This is funny. Some GMs might like to think about the results of a test as a graph with an X and Y axis, one which represents the test itself and the other represent up to reduce complications. That's literally how we described it earlier.
100%.
That's awesome.
But yeah, so noting that Endeavors is pretty much the skill challenges.
Yeah,
those are the three pillars of the gameplay. So you've got combat, you've got endeavors, and then you've got negotiations.
Yeah.
So pretty much very.
And by the way,
classic.
yeah, I mean, if we think about this as combat and we think about this as social and we think about this as kind of like exploration, right? You've got your classic 5e style pillars. I mean, again, overall, there's a lot of really cool stuff here. I mean, I think that it is deep in the Stormlight. You know what I mean? Like you're not coming. I mean, look at me. I'm practically a Sanderson fan now, right? You know, what do they call themselves?
You know all the things.
Cos.
I don't know.
Somebody called.
I do not know.
But,
I don't identify as one. What the fuck it is?
Now you
Even
said
though I
you
like
stopped
Sanderson.
reading the books.
Yeah. So, well, look, that's a long story, but I feel like he has. Okay, people are gonna hate me for this. But
Well, people hate you already, so you might as well go for it.
yeah, think of the George Lucas effect, where
Once he
by
became
the time
famous,
he
he felt like he didn't have to answer to anybody anymore.
maybe, but it's more like by the time he was making episode 3, there was no one to tell him no.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and so I feel like that's what happened with the books, where especially because he outwrites any of his editors, like his editors literally cannot keep up with his speed of writing. So it's just like the first couple of books are very finely edited, very well paced, etc., and then that just completely falls apart the further you go into his books.
It's
especially the latest ones.
I haven't read his later books, so it is kind of interesting, like how when you get famous and it's like, am I really going to be the editor that tells Brandon Sanderson this is a bad idea, right? Like
when reality, he needs that. Like he needs someone to go fuck. It's why Peter Jackson was so good with the Lord of the Rings, is because he had Philippa Boyle there to tell him to shut the fuck up and like get back to the actual not put the Bombadil shit in the movie or whatever. You know? Like, yeah.
Big Z says his main editor retired after book 3. Interesting.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense. That actually makes a lot of sense reading those books.
The same thing happened to Stephen King. Yeah. And Mr. Keiko says, I've been stuck halfway through the 4th book for years.
Yeah, I gave up after reading the 4th book.
So Big Z says, I think noping out of the conversation is just so the PCs can't abuse conversations, take all the NPCs' possessions just because they keep arguing with them. Right. I mean, I think that's true. Yes, I think that is true.
That's absolutely true.
I think that is absolutely true. Cardboard Engineer says, I'm surprised how Gameist this TTRPG is that's based on a book. My first instinct would be make it not very non-Gameist. Well, right, Cardboard Engineer, but I get the sensation that the book itself is kind of Gameist. Right? It's not quite a lit RPG, obviously, but like there's like an idea that like these characters are living in a rural world with very strict rules, and those rules kind of feel like a game to them in a weird way. You know what I mean? Yeah, Ira says the books themselves are very Gameist. Yeah, and I haven't read them, but I can even tell that's I said like hard magic systems kind of feel like a video game or a TTRPG in novel form, right? As opposed to something that's very, soft and it's just, magic is whatever you want it to be. It's like, no, this is a really strange, type world, Onyx says Brandon is a Gameist hard magic system author. Yeah. Maybe that's why I bounce off of him, because I mean, the books I love are like Earthsea and Tolkien and, Game of Thrones. And I mean, some people say Wheel of Time is a hard magic system, but I don't think it is.
Not really.
Yeah.
Especially with how often they invent new
they just invent stuff and they're weaving spells and they're just like, I get that there's kind of a systematic process to it, but it's not hard.
Why does Perrin end up in Teleran Riod? I don't know. His Wolf Dream takes him there.
Yeah, Wolf Dream. What the fuck is a wolf? Why can wolves access Teleran Riod? Nobody knows.
No one knows.
And then he can start. Spoiler alert, he starts transporting himself through Teleran.
Exactly. It's like, why? I don't know. That's just how it works.
That's just how it works now. Okay. Did you like Malazan, Derek? I never read Malazan. Kevin said because he's the goat. Now that's a great question. Okay. Fuck, marry, kill. Then Rand, Matt, Perrin.
Look, once Perrin started freaking being all about Fael and literally would not stop talking about fucking anything else for like 3 books, kill Perrin. Fuck it, I just don't need that guy in my life. So I'd marry Rand and fuck Matt. Obviously, Matt would be better. That's just
right. Whereas I would kill Matt. I didn't like Matt. Matt was
I just don't like Matt that much either.
Yeah, I don't like Matt either. But to be honest with you, I didn't really like Randy. You know what? Honestly, I don't like any of the main characters.
I love Rand once he turned the corner at the end of book 12.
Sure. Yeah.
But
Well, Sanderson started writing him.
That's true. That's true.
I think he became much. Anyways.
It's so off topic.
Oh, I love Nynaeve. Nynaeve's great. I love Nynaeve. I love Egwene. I love Moraine.
I mixed a Nynaeve.
Nynaeve was very annoying. Pull my braid, stupid.
For like 6 books.
You stupid hair.
Until she drowns.
You stupid wool stuffed boy. You know, man. Yeah, she was kind of annoying for the first like 5 books, but.
Yeah. Until she like has that near death experience, she's fucking annoying. Yeah. Egwene's awful.
Egwene's awful.
But Moraine is goated. Everyone knows Moraine is goated.
Oh, Moraine is
She's
great.
one of the best characters of any book series I've read. But fuck Egwene. I don't know.
So Smith always said that Robert Jordan wrote Wheel of Time as an apology letter for when he used to write Conan novels, and he was very like sexist and very like his women characters were, and so he's like, so in Wheel of Time he had to make sure that all the women were like really represented and like kicking ass and also like or like not taking any shit from men and things like that. But
they actually end up being like really like people really don't like. There's not many awesome female characters. Like Varen's amazing and Cadsuane's pretty cool.
Cadsuane's great,
but like. All the other Aes Sedai, some of the named ones are fucking awful. Like
I think, but I think the problem is that the Aes Sedai are just annoying.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, because like the thing is like they're not like they're supposed to be heroic, but they're also not supposed to be heroic, right? Like they're supposed to be kind of. I mean, they're very, they're very basic.
They're manipulative.
Well, they're the Bene Gesserit. I mean, Wheel of Time is very Dune coded. In a lot of ways. Slavebeard. I love Robert Jordan Conan. Stuff is some of my favorite Conan stuff. I'm a Conan heretic. I own, I don't know, 60 or 70 Conan novels. I'm not a huge fan of the Robert E. Howard stuff. I'll be honest with you. I love Robert Jordan. I love Leonard Carpenter, Elsbrog de Camp. I love a lot of the other people who've written Conan, and one of my favorite Conan authors is Robert Jordan. Anyways. But anyways, yeah. So I think Cosmere. So where does this end up? Is this
fuck, man? Isn't it interesting that we have this RPG that's like the 5e love letter to a fucking audience to a very specific audience. One audience is getting the game many of them may have wanted.
Yes.
Everybody else is getting an impenetrable fucking impossible system they probably will never want to play.
I mean, is it
too much?
I mean, is it safe to say that this game is designed for the 5e player who really loves Stormlight Archive?
That's exactly the audience. Yeah.
Yeah.
And because it's got that 5e engine, obviously it's not using the OGL, but
no. But I mean, it's
because it's got the 5e. It's fucking D20 add a modifier. Let's be clear.
Yeah,
and against DCs, even use the term DC. I'm pretty sure
it does.
And so like
even Fabulous Ultimate calls it the DL, the difficulty level, right, and stuff like that. So yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like it's a very easy engine to learn. So for people who, for example, are interested in playing Stormlight or Mistborn that haven't played RPGs before, this would not be hard to learn. It will not be hard to learn at all. Sorry, for the core engine. Then you get to the actual wide but not deep mechanics. And I feel like that's a very keen insight for whoever said that in the chat before. Mm-hmm. Wide but not deep. Mm-hmm. It's because I feel like something that's this wide actually is harder to understand and grok than something that's just a class system. Like a class system is so simple.
Oh yeah, class system is very easy. Yeah. But I mean, maybe the idea here is that this way you can build whatever your favorite character is from the novel, you know, or some variation of that, right? Rather than locking these characters into these singular paths, right? Which is what a class is, right? A class is just a tree that has no branches. And I mean, when you think about 5e, coming from 5e to this game, what do you make? Like 3 or 4 choices in 5e? You like choose your subclass. Yeah. You maybe choose a couple of ASIs versus feats throughout the first, whatever X levels of the game. And by the way, don't hate that. A lot of people are like, that's so terrible. Like, go play old school Essentials. Go play BXD&D. You made 0 choices. How about that? People, 3rd edition, if you're a 3rd edition barbarian, Guess what? You made no choices. Like, there was no choices. Every third edition barbarian was exactly the same. Anyways, this game, you're getting a talent at every level, you know, and they very clearly want you to be excited to choose cool new powers and cool new abilities, and they're not afraid to give you some powerful abilities. And unlike a game that is very game mechanic centric focused, where it's like this can do this and nothing else, you know, Pathfinder 2 or whatever, this game is very deliberately like, hey, there's a lot of latitude within this, and the GM is going to decide that, oh, that costs 1 investiture, or that costs 2 investiture, or the DC for, oh, you want to transmute this rock into mud, you know, to mire their approach. Cool. That's not a mechanic in the game, but we can figure it out. We can figure it out together. And that's a big step for a lot of gamers to go from, hey, I know how this magic works. I can transform things. Okay, what are the mechanical implications of that? And how could I use that in a creative problem solving space? Now, again, the rogues over there going, I can't turn rock into mud at will. Okay, you know, so that's where we have to kind of, you know, figure out where people fit in, and how do we make these other characters special. But if people are saying, yeah, but I can't make my characters do that, you know, I'm not good at conversations, but the rogue has the ability to look through time and can see when the king was a baby and remembered what his mother's dying words to him was, and I can see that scene, and I can go all three-eyed raven on him and tell him, and it's like, okay, cool. Now, that's awesome. Yeah. So what does that mean for the game's long-term staying power, right? Because Daggerheart is Daggerheart, but it's generic, right? And in fact, one of the things about Daggerheart is this whole like campaign frame thing, and people are going to be creating campaign frames and stuff like that. So what does that mean?
So I have an issue with the premise for this game.
Okay.
And that is that, so we mentioned at the very start when about lore dump, the whole series is leading towards a new Desolation, right? What the fuck story are you role-playing in the, so like it's very telling to me that the first adventure they released on drive-through is essentially a piece of the backstory, not backstory, but like the side, it's a side story unknown mystery that you're solving, but it's official and it's from Brandon and brother Wise. I feel like
real quick,
that kind of makes
what's up Roll Together, folks. We had a raid on Twitch. A dozen people came in from Roll Together. What's up? We're talking about the long-term viability of the Cosmere role-playing game vis-a-vis the Stormlight RPG.
Right. And so I'm saying, like, when Brotherwise releases official content that's like, oh, this is actual real canon stuff, I think people would really want to play through that. But in terms of like making up your own story in this universe, like what is that?
Aeropressor just said the same thing, and Aeropressor, by the way, has been kind of highlighting that they know their shit throughout the stream. They said, I think people will play the pre-created adventures that Brotherwise makes that are canon via Brandon, and that's mainly it, right?
Yeah.
Like you just get the ability to just sort of be like, yeah, I want to be in the part of the official progression and follow the plot. Like, but like, are people really interested in using the Cosmere verse to tell their own stories? Or do they just like the Cosmere? You know? Yeah, Tyler, it's just like Dragonlance. I mean, Dragonlance's big problem was that people didn't want to play in Dragonlance. They wanted to be the heroes of the Lance, and they wanted to go do the cool things that the Dragonlance people were doing, not necessarily be creating their own system, creating their own adventures and their own stories,
Yeah. Like I could very much see a group say, fuck it, you know what we're gonna do? You be Kaladin, you be Shallan, we will play the actual main plot of Stormlight Archive from the start.
Right.
And the cool thing about this game is you can do that given the tools it gives you. But that's not gonna be very many groups who do that, I think.
Now Andrew disagrees with us. They said, I think many people want to tell their own stories, as the same with Star Wars RPG. But I will say, Andrew, that I also fundamentally don't really. I even though I love some of the games, I've always had a problem with IP based RPGs, because I'm kind of like, I feel trapped by the same. Like people came to these worlds and they love these worlds because they love the characters in them and they love the events in them. But how can I feature those characters and feature those events and make the players feel important? So I think that's the issue I had there. See.
Beowulf has kind of got an input there.
I like playing in established settings once the setting is set in stone and we can play our own stories going forward and I don't have to dodge ongoing canon. That's also fair. Like if you want to go play in Lord of the Rings, great. Tolkien's not coming out with any more Lord of the Rings novels, right? That world is done, set in stone. Same thing with, Dune, although I guess his son or whatever keeps making novels, but I don't ignore those. So yeah, I guess that when the world is still living and sort of evolving. I mean, granted, there are some people who probably just absolutely think that this world and this concept is so cool that they want to play in it, right? Because there's Cosmere, the generic role playing game, right, which will eventually come out as Plot Weaver at some point. And do we think that game? Let's ignore the Stormlight. Let's imagine these mechanics. Sure. Right, so what is it? It's a D20 system. It has its plot die.
Yep.
Presumably, they would use some sort of talent trees. I mean, I
think the core classes or the heroic thing would be very spreadable. Like that can almost be adapted to any universe. It's the investiture that we would have to generalize. Yeah. So they'll probably have to release. People were talking in the chat about what the actual setting list version would look like. It's probably going to have to release some kind of way to go, this is how you can adapt investiture to your own magic system. You'll probably need to do that because obviously this is all built on Stormlight. You can't do that.
Well, that's the thing, right? The whole magic system, the surges, and all the different domains. Like, are they going to put gravitation in their generic system? That feels very strange, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, like, are they going to put in? But granted, you could put in alteration, abjuration, conjuration, evocation, illusion, enchantment, transmutate, right? Divination. You could just put in the 8 D&D, necromancy. You could just put in
essentially
generic
just make it
fantasy,
like domains.
Yeah, just make it generic fantasy magic, right? Which is kind of what domains did in Daggerheart. I wouldn't hate that.
No, and then the GM would just have to find a way to group them into like a whatever.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's assuming that they're tied to some sort of radiant path or radiant class. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, and apparently Mistborn is coming out before they come out with the generic system, according to Andrew. So,
right. Well, that would make sense because Mistborn would also give them all the medals. So super strength, super speed. Well, not super speed, super strength, being able to magnetism and a couple. So essentially, if you think about this list, if you put the medals aside, Mistborn does a similar list, a different.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting when the Mistborn comes out. I mean, obviously this game just came out, so that's not good too. But it'd be interesting to sort of do a comparison to see what stayed the same and what changed, and how did they have to make the adaptation to the game. But again, exempting that there is a huge hurdle here, which I cannot deny. That is like, I mean, because if you had a party, let's say you had a GM who's really into Brandon Sanderson, and you have a group of players, 5 players. Most of whom have never read Brandon Sanderson or read these novels. Oof. How do you pitch this game to them? Is that doable? Or is it like drinking? Is it like drinking from the fire hose?
Most parties refuse to play anything but 5e.
Well, right, but I mean, they definitely did a lot of work with this game to try to tell the stories and try to enable the kind of storytelling that they want without completely asking 5e audiences to completely unlearn and relearn everything that they'd ever learned, right? Daggerheart is doing that. And I can see the friction that people are experiencing with Daggerheart, where they're like, this is breaking my brain. And like this game is trying, I think, to do it in a very subtle way. And I appreciate that because this is a nice stepping in point and provides people about that. But
I guess the start of your pitch would be like, all right, so it's like 5e, but it's set in this amazing world, and you have to do that. You'd have to do kind of like sell them on the world and the powers they can have, being able to like stick stuff to things or fly through at level 3 or whatever. Like you'd have to sell them on all that stuff.
Right. I guess what to Andrew's point, people can learn about the characters and the way the rules do. This is where like resonance comes in, and like Mark Rosewater talks about that, right? Like we have this backlog. I mean, maybe that's part of the problem too with me and fiction, fantasy fiction. Like a lot of fantasy fiction, I feel like nowadays is going out of its way to be different. To subvert expectations, to work differently, to act differently, to be than the classic fantasy tropes. And I'm like, I don't have time for that. Like I like relying on resonance in terms of like this works the way I think it should work, as opposed to being like, no, it's different in our world. And I think some people really love that and they call it really cool world building. And I just don't. That's just a me personal thing. Like I'm not interested in learning how. Yeah, maybe I'm basic as fuck, but I'm like Slatebeard. I like tropes. I like tropes for a reason. I like when things work the way that I expect them to work, rather than having some weird set of new rules and new logic. And maybe that makes, again, maybe that it cuts me off from some really great novelization. But for the most part, unless it's like so interesting that but I mean, obviously people do find it interesting. That's why it's a very popular novel series.
Yeah. Personally, I think it's like I like when I'm playing an RPG.
Yeah.
Specifically RPGs. When I'm playing a tabletop role-playing game with my friends, I want the experience to be about the things we discover and do. I don't want to be doing a bunch of homework.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Yeah. I mean, look at Daggerheart. People literally like losing their mind because the rogue in Daggerheart is the midnight
magical rogue.
Yeah, it's a magic rogue, and they're like, no, I can't handle it. They just like their brain will not let them comprehend that this is a world where like, no, rogues are that dude from Assassin's Creed. That's it. That's all they could ever be, ever. Yeah, Cardboard Jar is also right. People losing their shit because wizards can heal because they have access to the Splendor Main, and they're like, what? No, that's you changing like one thing, and their brains are just melting out of their hands. So when you go in and you go, like Andrew says, just tell them it's a setting where everyone is, including the casters, where the magic 9 flavors of paladins. They're like, wait, where's the old wizard guy with a staff and a robe? And they're like, yeah, no, he's wearing full plate that weighs 15,000 pounds, and you're like,
his giant shard blade,
in his gigantic shard blade. He's totally not a Jedi, but he's totally a Jedi. And you're like, wait, no, I want to be the dodgering old wizard who casts fireball. And you're like, no, but you can make someone's body explosively decompress and turn into blood. And you're like, what? No, I always want to be cast fireball. So, and I'm a basic bitch. I want to just, cast fire. Then this is, and by the way, you didn't mean to SMN1, but you kind of proved my point. SM1 goes in, Radiant Shardblade is weightless. And I'm like, Radiant Shardblade. Like,
you're not wrong.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So, I mean, I think pitching this to a Cosmere fan is really easy.
Well, I'm a Cosmere fan, aside from my misgivings about the later books, and I have that RPG problem where it's like, I know that I would. Sorry, some of this stuff when I read about adhesion and changing materials of stuff, I was like, that sounds awesome. But he still isn't. There's something about it that's just like, when I want to just fucking play a TTRPG with my friends, I want to forget about most of like the world building. I just want to talk about the things we're doing right now. So maybe if you like sold me on a plot of like what the adventure would be like, which is what the first step in other of these pre-written games, like you could sell me more on those pre-written adventures than you can on this system.
Well, and
that's
this is me personally. And this is a reason why. Let me see if I can pull one randomly off my bookshelf. This is a reason why I hate books like this.
Wagi and Spance.
Well, like the Lost Omens books.
Lost Omens series.
Yeah, the Lost Omens
series.
That's
a particularly funny one, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else I have here, but I don't know, Gods and Magic, this one.
Yeah, that's also a particularly funny one.
Anyway. Where people are just like, oh man, I just can't wait to sit there and just like read 500 pages of imaginary history for a made-up world that like my friends and I are just like, it's focused on RPCs and like what we're doing, and like my players don't care about, you know what I mean? Like I want to be focused on, like, we're playing for 3 or 4 hours. Like, what am I going to do an exposition dump and like talk to them? Like, no, you don't understand. You don't get how this is related to the uprising that occurred in 1295. And then they're like, we don't care. Like, I get that some people really do care about that stuff, but like,
I persuade the barmaid. Like, that's all I want to care about.
Right. Now, if you enjoy it because of the microfiction, like, SM1 is saying, I agree. But, like, it's kind of like with Tolkien, right? Like, I like the Silmarillion. I love the mythology that Tolkien built. But I enjoy that as its own thing. But I would never run a Lord of the Rings game and use that as a reason to start talking about, well, you see, the elves are actually called the Quindi. And you see, there were 2 types of elves. There's the Eldar, those that answered the call of the Valar. And then there are the the Avardi, the Vendi, which are known as the Dark Elves, but they're not Dark Elves like Drow Elves. It just means they never saw the light of the two trees of Valinor. And of course, the two trees of Valinor are Laurelin and Telperion, and they were destroyed by Ungoliant and Morgoth at the end of the. And you're like, what does it have to do with us getting debris? And you're like, nothing. It has nothing to do with you getting debris. It has nothing to do with your characters. It literally happened tens of thousands of years ago and has no impact on anything. It's just me lore dumping on you. Right. I just wanted to order a pint. Well on you. So, but yeah. So again, I just think it's one of those. Now, granted, I think that's interesting, but I don't know how much of that world building I want to bring into a game. Right? It shouldn't be about.
Meanwhile,
it shouldn't be about the world that's been built. It should be about the world that we're building together. Right.
Right.
Hey, Edward, thank you for the $10 tip.
Edward tipped $10, a little more for the fund. I'm glad you got the EU stream going.
Thank you for supporting the fun, Edward. And yeah, this was an Australia stream, but it works for the EU people as well.
So yeah, like you're saying.
Edward.
Meanwhile, if you had a group of 4 people who are into Stormlight and all this stuff, like when it talked about transmuting being referred to as soul casting, and for them it was like, oh yeah, soul casting. For that group of people, if there is a story they want to tell together, then I'm really happy the system exists. Like, it is. Someone asked midstream, like, does this capture the feelings of being a Radiant? I'm like, yeah, it is shocking, especially like we just read it, like the Gravitation. You can make your team fly. You can fly. We didn't even talk about the Squire system of this whole thing, where you can designate someone. If you're a Radiant, you can designate someone as Squire, and you can confer upon them some of your surges. This is just like all that stuff that's in the books that you can recreate in this game, and it's actually pretty amazing that they're able to.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak about its fidelity to the Stormlight series because I didn't read the Stormlight series. All I can say is it's a D20 based system, roll high, which we know works. I like the 3 defenses. I liked its hit point system. I do think it's probably needs to be played on a grid. Considering that, even the talents are talking about ranges of 20 feet and all this other stuff. Like, it's not Theater of the Mind game. I like the plot die. I was a little bit wonky about their inclusion of it and how they suggest doing it, even though the advice is fine. I just think that that's not my personal style. And I liked their system. It's kind of a classless system. It's a talent tree system. It's very Genesis coded. And so I liked all that. And I think the way that they handle magic, which is, I guess, again, tied to the way it's done in the books, is really neat in that they rely on this core skill of the magic, and the different talents you take just kind of alter the rules and the ways in which you can use that magic. But ultimately, the magic is kind of just, hey, this is what adhesion magic does. It's represented by a skill check. Your DM will make a DC. Here's some guidelines about what the DCs might be. Here's some guidelines about what the investiture cost might be. But other than that, it's kind of up to you and your GM to figure it out. Now, I'd hate to be playing with some Cosmere fan and I let somebody do something with Adhesion and they go, actually, Adhesion couldn't do that. And I'd be like, that would be a very frustrating moment for me. I don't know if you could a non-Cosmere GM run this for Cosmere fans?
Oh, that sounds fucking impossible. There's no way.
Could I run this game for Andrew Downing? My guess is no, Andrew. I'm guessing you would want to kill me by the end of the first session. But yeah,
Tyler Aldark/Tyler has some very funny posts in the chat. I'd be worried.
I'd be worried about Stormlight fans trying to out Stormlight and geek each other right while they're playing. Actually, yes, exactly.
Given how many times I've been corrected during the stream.
Yeah, right. And you've read the books, and they're like, actually, Vin, Radiant Shard Plate is weightless. You're thinking of non-Radiant Shard Plate. Yeah, so I don't think a non-Cosmere GM would even want to run this. I mean, if you thought the system was interesting, I mean, again, I think this is a really cool. Cardboard Joy says it's crazy how many times you've been corrected about the lore in just this.
I'm not trying to be perfect.
Yeah, it would be a trying moment for me for sure. I mean, to be clear, again, to be clear, that's true of any IP. That's not unique to Cosmere. That's when but I don't know. I guess it depends.
No,
but
I think there's extra in Cosmere, specifically this
because it's a hard
RPG.
magic system too. That
Correct. It's a hard magic system, and it's an ongoing. The lore is ongoing and continuing to unfold today, which means, like me, if you only read 4 books, you don't have the information in book 5.
Yeah.
And there's especially because some of it's still being revealed, there's secrets being uncovered in the books as you go through them.
Right.
There's definitely going to be cases like someone mentioned before. This is different to running something in established fixed lore,
Right.
like Lord of the Rings.
And even FL4G says you could run it in some sort of alternate reality version and make a plot that has nothing to do with the books. And you could, but I also wonder if that's kind of taking away what people enjoy about running in the series and running in the system, right? Which is they're like, no, but I like the plot of the books and I like the stuff that's happening in the books. So it's really, really interesting. But I agree, Andrew. That is why they are going to do Plot Weaver. Right now, we don't have Plot Weaver. We're not going to have Plot Weaver presumably for at least a year or not more. So I wonder what the immediate future of this game is. Like, how many people are going to pick it up? How many people are going to be playing, are going to be sitting around their table on Friday nights playing Cosmere RPG instead of playing their 5th edition game? I don't know. I mean, it's a cool system. It's very mechanically tied to the IP, which I think is really, really, really cool. But it's also, admittedly, a little limiting, and it'll be interesting to see how they genericize it with the Plot Weaver. But again, I think it's really interesting. I like the talent system. I like the trees. They are not too deep. It does potentially create situations where people have to take abilities they don't want to take so that they can take abilities they do want to take. That can lead to a feel bad moment. Good point, Andrew. They already made $15 million. I think they're set for the next 2 years. That's a good point. And yet, Andrew, $35 per PDF. I was wild. I was kind of like, I went to my drive-through account and I was like, I was surprised to see that I didn't have the world guide. I figured you just got like the whole box set. You know what I mean? When you bought it, because it's $35 PDF. And I was like, I guess you have to buy it separately. So then I was thinking, it's probably free. Nope. And I was it does cost money. It's not free. So what is it? Like $5, $10? Also 35? Because the thing is people were like, Derek, you should play the solo adventure. I don't have the solo adventure.
Bring it up on drive-thru. I'm so curious what the fuck this thing is.
Cosmere RPG Stormlight World Guide, $35. Stormlight bundle. First step, $10. The solo RPG is $10. The opening adventure is $25.
Oh, what's the opening adventure called? I thought
it's called Stonewalkers. Stonewalkers. Right. First step is the level 0. They do have a very stripped down book called Welcome to Roshar, but that's $5. Right.
And I think that's just about Roshar. I don't think that's got rules in it, does it?
Bridge 9 is the introductory first level adventure. It's $10. Huh.
Stonewalkers is 1 to 7. Wow.
Oh, okay.
300 pages.
I'm not suggesting that this stuff isn't costed. People should definitely get paid for it. But I'm saying, if you're saying, he made his
I think the core rule book is too expensive. Stop.
Welcome to Roshar is literally a lore primer. Well, it's also literally $5.
I think that's actually that's a fair price for Welcome to Roshar, and I think the book should probably be 29 or 25, not 35. Everything else, I actually don't hate the prices of.
Okay, but Welcome to Roshar is 28 pages long.
Oh, I thought it was long.
It's $5. It's literally just like...
Just read the Cosmere wiki. What are you doing?
I'm not reading the wiki. You talk about not doing homework. I'm not doing homework to play a game.
I'm talking about if someone is considering buying the $5 Welcome to Roshar book.
Don't DM me anything, Onyx. I don't pirate stuff. I don't pirate stuff. I mean, it's fine. Faceless One.
It's all a business expense anyway.
Faceless One. I'm a YouTube channel who gets supported by people so I can play RPG. My issue isn't with my expenditure on this game. My issue is trying to convince somebody to go drop $100 on PDFs just so that they can play a game that that isn't 5e and try to convince their players that they should be playing this. And also, I don't know, is there an SRD? My guess is no. So unless you're planning on pirating that PDF and sending it to all of your players, which you can do, but that is pirating, okay? If they're going to use the PDF at the same time as you, they should have their own copy. Are you going to have them pay $35? You know, even
Derek,
even
are you open to having a challenge on stream?
SM1 says, as a backer who backed the Kickstarter, SM1 says, don't buy the primer or the primer.
Wow. Derek, if you can bring up the Brotherwise website on the stream, this is just a quick challenge. Just a quick challenge. See if you can find a way to buy the Stormlight RPG.
Okay, hold on a second. I gotta bring up OBS here. It's on Demiplane. Doesn't help me, SM1, because I refuse to use Demiplane and I hate Demiplane. So
it's pretty funny how many people are liking Demiplane because of Daggerheart. It's like growing an audience, and I hate it.
Yeah. No, I even told, like, I said, like, one of my biggest complaints about Daggerheart is that it was like so integrated with Demiplane.
Right. All right, so see if you can find a way to buy the Stormlight RPG.
Okay, well, shop the Cosmere. Okay, well, this is a deck building game. Here we go, Cosmere Roleplaying game. That took me to backer kit. It's crazy how much money they made.
Yes, it is. This is partly a trick question because I don't know if there is any direct link from Brotherwise to buying this fucking game.
I can buy STLs for the mini. Andrew says it's not out for retail release. Wait, there's already a Mistborn RPG out?
That's not out. Yeah, Mistborn's not out for retail. That's the pre-order.
Okay. Deliveries Q2, Q3 of 2026. Got it.
Yeah. So I just found it strange that like Brotherwise hasn't even integrated Stormlight into their. It's like.
I mean, you can buy it on Drive-Thru RPG. I just find it interesting that
correct.
It's on Drive-Thru RPG, but not on
their website.
Yeah, it is interesting, but yeah.
So maybe some of the $35 the Drive-Thru is cut. I assume it is.
Oh, I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, look, I'm not. By the way, I mean, if you want to buy Shadow Dark, you can't buy it on Drive-Thru RPG. Kelsey won't take a cut. They won't let them take a cut. She can only buy it straight from her website, and I think it's like $40.
Yep, I haven't bought Shadowheart either.
So yeah, I mean it's getting pricey out there. I unfortunately that's gonna make it harder for people to make a switch because they're more integrated with their existing games. It used to be like, oh, it's an $8 PDF. Sure, I'll give it a try. I know this more than anyone. Over the last 4 or 5 years, I've done these first looks. I used to spend $8-10. I could do a first look. Now it's costing me $35-40 just to do a first look. It's crazy.
Yeah. I think I honestly think that part of why Daggerheart's done so well is because of their free SRD and how easy it is to pick up and play.
I mean, we know that SRD having free SRD is a big game if you want to do things legitimately and avoid sailing the seas and whatever. Because I agree with Volcanic Shepherd. Look, I'm not trying to say that he says in the downloaded bankers they say I will not share these files outside of my personal gaming group. So they expect it to at least some sharing. But I also believe if you want to use it, buy it, and that's generally my philosophy as well.
Yeah.
But but maybe that's the world that we're in now. They go, we know 5 people aren't going to buy this PDF. We know 1 person's going to buy this PDF, the GM. And then the GM is going to send it to their 5 player or their 4 players because there's no way that those players are ever going to go buy this PDF. If the GM says, well, we'll play if you spend $35, right? And this, by the way, is like the classic, again, luckily my friends, have always been very supportive of stuff like that. I'll be like, hey guys, I'm excited about this game. We should play it. And they're like, cool, Derek, we believe in you. Cool. I'll show up at the next session. And every one of my players will have gone out and bought the hardcover copy of Legend of the Five Rings, except one, and you already know who that one is. Bob. And Bob would rather sit there clueless and not know how the game works rather than buy a book for a game. And he goes, well, I'm not going to buy a book for a game. I don't know if I'm going to play it.
Yeah.
But
Bob.
So you're with Bob. Well, no, but I think a lot of people are. So again, my experience. So I think they know that. I think these PDF people realize that they're like, why are we only selling a fifth as many of the PDFs? And I think the answer is because they know that these people are just sending it. So now what they have to do is they are forcing the GM to have to spend more money.
More money. Yeah. Yeah.
Because they got to get their money somewhere. And so now if people aren't buying the print copy because they're playing online or the print copy's gotten too expensive or there's shipping delays or whatever. So now more people are turning the PDFs. That means they have to charge more for the PDFs. But then if PDFs are shareable amongst the group, they know they're not going to sell the same number of PDFs as they were, let's say, the player handbook. Then, because you can't share you could share your core rule book around the table, but that's really annoying. So people end up buying 4 or 5 copies because every player has their own copy. But they're not going to do that with PDF. You just send it around to everybody and sends it in your Discord chat or your whatever. So, yeah. I mean, and so now they're like, okay, well, we could charge it for $7 and sell it to 5 people, but we're only going to sell it to one person. So we have to charge $35.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a tax on the GM.
But I look at that and go, sure, but daggerheart's $30. And it's like,
well, now you're quibbling over $5.
Yeah, but you know what? No, I refuse to give any ground. Video games have gone from 70 to 80. I'm just not buying any $80 video games. Fuck you. Like, I can afford it. It is not the problem of the money. It is I refuse to let this slide. Whatever. Okay, I'll stop paying $35. Fast forward 3 years, it's gonna be 40. You know it. I know it. Everybody fucking knows.
I don't know if you knew this, Vin, but prices do go up over time, and they are having. They are.
How much is Call of Cthulhu? It's like $17.50. How much is Pathfinder 2e? It's $20. What the fuck are we doing here?
Yes, that part is true. Now Elaine is right. This is kind of what we were talking about. The Cosmere isn't 35; it's 70 because you do need to get the adversaries.
True. Yeah. Which we didn't get to today because it's already like.
Well, I don't own it. I don't own it. I don't know. I don't. You think I'm?
You can change that right now.
I'm already spending 35. You think I'm spending 70? My God.
For a game you will not play. Let's just be clear.
I mean, let me tell you this. I am not a game publisher, but I have become more involved in the game publisher sphere. It's way different than you think it is. And the where the profits are made and where the margins are made is way different than you think it is. I'll say that. And some things that you think cost a lot don't. And some things that you think are cheap aren't. So it's very different for what there is a lot of it. Again, I'm not complaining about monsters being in a different book, by the way. That's D&D. Show me the D&D book.
Yeah, Monster Manual.
And that's Monster Manual. That's Pathfinder 2. I mean, that's fine. That's totally acceptable that stat blocks are in a different book. I'm just saying, like, for
it's a big barrier to entry.
And I also say this too, as someone who I like personal physical books. Like it's one of those crazy things where I'm like, I mean, case in point, go to my PDF. Here we go. Notice the own sticker over Cosmere RPG. Notice that there isn't an own sticker over the Daggerheart. I didn't buy that for the PDF.
Right. Yeah, because you have a physical copy, yeah.
Right, and that included a PDF code from the Darrington people when I bought it. So
that's a great way to do it, by the way. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. But I don't know if everybody got that, but I got that. But yeah. So
Warhammer, $24.99. Anyway.
Yeah. just 35 is too much for Vin. It's just too much.
It is the line too far. You went too far.
Here's what's really here. You want to see what's really tilting? Here's what's really tilting. Hey, do you want what is essentially a kind of a platform independent free, copy that you can use as you see fit for theoretically the rest of your life as long as the PDF format is viewable on a PC? And if you were in such a decision to do so, you could even share it with your friends so they could take a look at the game. You could transfer it onto your you could transfer it on your thing. You could go on the plane with it. You could put it on your tablet. Daggerheart, $30. But maybe you want to buy Daggerheart and have it exclusively locked to one platform. That if that platform ever goes out of business, it's fucked. And that if you want to access the full features of it, you also have to pay a monthly subscription fee too. Well, then you can unlock it for $35.
That's my favorite website.
That's fucking nuts. Okay. Fuck Demiplane. Demiplane was a bunch of people going, man, how do we get on some of that D&D Beyond money? Oh my God.
Oh, it so was. It so was.
Yeah.
Why do we have a D&D Beyond, but for every other system?
Yeah, like we could be the D&D Beyond for everybody else, and you know all these thirsty ass companies like Paizo and fucking Darrington being like, we'll get on that. Fuck yeah, we can make some money on that. And then they're like, no, it's integrated with Roll20, and it's like, no, now my character sheet's on Demiplane, but we're playing on Roll20. It's so fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Demiplane has some of the same creators.
The chat slowly realizing the first step's $10. I really like that. Someone else before was like, wait, it's not free? I'm like, nope, it's not free.
No, it is not free. It is definitely not free. Onyx says, it is ridiculous that first step is $10, and I agree that the books are too expensive. Why this isn't at least the Stormlight core book like $15, $20? As a loss leader, right? That's a big tape. Yo, dog, I heard you like subscriptions. Demiplane probably. That's true. But I'm saying this from a position of someone, you can't call me a hypocrite. Netflix, Hulu, Paramount, Disney, never had them. Ever. I have no TV subscriptions. Nothing. I don't own any of that stuff. The only subscription I have is Adobe, which people are like, oh, you should be using Affinity. And I maybe you're right. But yeah. But you know what? I take it back. The thing that I like about Adobe being a subscription is they create new releases all the time and updates, and they're adding new features. The product development.
Feature
feature
so
updates is like, you get updates constantly, like multiple times per month sometimes. Tell me about all the sick updates that you're getting for this RPG. You're not.
Yeah, like Demiplane, you're literally playing for the right to continue accessing the features.
For a game that is SRD is free. Like, I don't want to go off into it here. Rules of Cool says, well, I'm working here. Yeah, we're at times. SM1 and Ira basically said the same thing. They said they don't need a loss leader. Most fans got what they wanted in the Kickstarter. And Ira says it costs $10 because it's marketed to fans and not plebes. They are trying to appeal. They are not trying to appeal to new gamers.
That is true. And I think that's the real takeaway, is that this game seems solid for a specific audience, and for anybody else, I doubt whether they'd really. It demands so much in terms of learning curve.
Yeah.
I don't think most people can even cross the learning curve.
To be fair, Daryl, I do appreciate that, and I think that would be the model that I think should use, where you can buy the mod. Like if you're happy with your version of Adobe, and you're like, I want to keep using Photoshop 14.2. And I don't need any new features. I don't need any other than like maybe critical bug fixes and critical security patches. Cool. I'll pay it. I'll buy it one time, $299 or whatever, $300 or whatever. And then I own it, and I could use that for years if I'm happy with the feature set. And they'll keep coming and keep developing. But if I don't get them, unless I upgrade, okay, fine. Or you could go for the model where you subscribe. That would be cool. And they did get rid of that model, and that was unfortunate.
Because too many people took it. Too many people took
it. So too many people took it. Right. Yeah, exactly. And so they're like, well, why are we developing new, patches and stuff like that? But people are saying that Sanderson apparently is a little bit of a capitalist here. They said you have to remember that Brandon could probably sell a basic number 2 pencil for $10 if he puts his name on it. I mean, that is true. The guy could basically just charge whatever he wants, and his fans will pay for it. But but I do.
I love fans.
That's which is cool, but it's tough for someone like me who isn't to want to plump down all that money for sure. So
honestly, I think we can just clip that part about Fabrials. Not Fabrials, about soul casting, and that's the snippet of what the fucking Stormlight RPG is to anybody who doesn't know the world.
Right. It'd be like if I started talking about freaking, the Ainu Lindale and Melkor's discordant notes, and like you'd be like, what does this have to do with? And I'm like, but did you know that Viggo Mortensen really broke his toe when he kicked that Uruk-hai helmet? And you're like, I did know that.
Oh shit, that's awesome.
So, yeah.
Vigo's goated.
Yeah, Vigo is goated. But
straight up.
that is going to do it for us at the 4-hour mark. So, Vin, thank you for being a trooper here. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. This was a really cool moment. And again, shout out to all the people who dropped some tips and super chats because, I am going to Gen Con tomorrow. And, of course, I'm going there unemployed. I mean, I do have this channel, which is really cool. And that's why I'm not living on the streets. Or I suppose, had to go get some other job, although I wouldn't have really appreciated that either because finding a job right now is really freaking tough. But I do want to shout out to Edward, to Orcus Sun, Slatebeard, to FL4G, Smendon, Volcanic Shepherd. Thank you so much for that. Satir, Onyx, huge $50 tip. We do have to figure out that for Soul First Start. Although now we learned it's $10, so Onyx, but we'll definitely take a look at that. I think it'd be fun. And then just because these streams have done really well for us, and it'd be cool. I'll do that obviously when I get back from Gen Con. And then Goblins and Androids, who started us with $25 for Vin Hype. So thank you so much for all that. And of course, remember, if you are a fan of this channel and maybe you don't feel like giving us any money, or maybe you don't have any money, which is totally fine, but you want to support us anyways, you can do that through our twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call. Speaking of capitalist subscription sucking models, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Amazon Prime sub once a month. Use it or lose it. If you give it to somebody, they get a couple bucks. It doesn't cost you anything. If you don't use it, it goes away. So each month you can give your Prime sub to somebody. You have to do it each month. You can't just like set it on renew. But if you head to our twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call, you can drop us your Amazon Prime sub by linking your Amazon account to your Twitch. And that would be really cool too, because that's a cool way for us to get a couple bucks of Jeff Bezos' money, and it doesn't cost you any additional money. If you are thinking about picking up this book or the 27 books that are associated with it, ranging from $5 to $10 to $25 to $35, we do have an affiliate link below. That goes, it doesn't cost you any extra money. It just means, I think, like 2% or something of your purchase price goes into my Drive-Thru RPG account, which is what I use to buy these PDFs so that, I try to keep it cost neutral. But those are all different ways. Of course, join our Patreon, patreon.com/KnightsLastCall. That's where we hang out. That's where we talk about games. And that's where we spend most of our time. So, Vin, you're coming up on 4 years of patronage.
I've wasted so much money. Like again, my monthly subscription is the cost of this RPG, and I've burned that every month for fucking 4 years.
Yeah, well, remember back when you used to actually, watch the APs in with tip? That was even more crazy.
Yep.
But go back and watch. Go back and watch some of our old streams. You'd see like super chat. Self-confessed cynic, super chat. That is right. Yeah. Sean's, it's like $2 super chats. Yeah. A lot of just Vin likes to be heard frequently and often. But yeah, this was a lot of fun, and I love having Vin on. And again, my goal for those of you is now that I'm not working, and now my life is a little bit more solidified, is to try to do a couple of these streams a month where, I get up early and we do a stream over with Australia, which is also good for Europe, or we do it middle of the day for my time, which is the evening for Europe, just because it's cool to reach our different audiences, and we know that you guys are all over the world. We have people on our Discord and our Patreon who are all over the world, and I think that it's cool that I can support you guys, and because my schedule is now so flexible, we can do the same. So, all right, well, that's going to do it for us. So on behalf of Vin, myself, the Knights of Last Call, I want to thank you all so much. I'll be at Gen Con.
You need a last thing.
Yeah.
Letter grade.
I was going to say.
Stormlight RPG.
I don't give reviews, Vin.
Oh, what?
I didn't play the game. I can't give
a
it
letter grade?
I can't give
All right,
it
then tier it. You tiered the other games. You tiered Daggerheart before you played it.
I have played Daggerheart, though. I played the beta.
No, but you tiered it before you played it.
This is a first look tier.
Yeah, I'm giving it C plus. High C tier.
I'm going to give it B. I'm going to give it B. I think there's enough creative changes here. I think some of the things I like that they added a lot of like the more like GM can figure it out. And And I think that there's a cool element. Anything that gives us this sort of XY axis of success and complication versus failure and opportunities.
Derek Catnip.
Yeah, it's like Derek Catnip. Yes, exactly. So I'm all about, I'm all about adding N to my G. You know what I mean? I will say that Cosmere has this weird like NGS, and the S is like simulation to the world of Roshar, right? So that's where it's this kind of very
huge amount of S. Like you have to suck in spheres.
Yeah.
You have to count how many spheres you have.
Right. Yeah. So it's a very strange simulationism. It's simulationism of this world of Roshar. So it's I think there's a lot here, and I think it's 5e adjacent enough that people will find it pleasant to play, and some of those surges seem cool to me. So I mean, and I was excited about some of the talents.
Like,
so
to be clear, I gave Daggerheart a C2, and I like that system. Like I'm a harsh marker. The main thing is like just the learning curve. I think the book
the learning. Okay,
the learning
I will
curve
say
better.
this: just strictly being agnostic about the setting. B. If I include the lore hurdle, it's more of like a C, because that is a big hurdle. If you love that, if that hurdle is actually an open doorway for you, then it's probably more like an A.
It's an A or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah.
Oh no, GM Scott, simulation. we're not pretending anything. This is hard simulation of this fantasy world.
If you're counting spheres, it's not emulation.
Yeah,
it's not.
But it is kind of. I do see that there's a 5e kind of wall of text. There's a lot of wall of text in this book, and you talked about the layout being a little bit.
Yeah, before we started,
I do think,
because like
I will say, for $15 million Kickstarter, charging $35 for the PDF, God knows what the hardcover costs. Not impressed with the art. I can't. Most of the art pieces real miss with me. That's fine. I mean, it's a stylistic thing.
Yeah, I like half of them.
I think I felt like I liked probably less than maybe like a quarter is about what I liked. I think a lot of the pieces felt samey. I felt like there wasn't a lot of dynamic elements to it. I didn't like a lot of the style. Some of the artists, it might just be a stylistic thing. But I felt like
because like for me, I'm the opposite of you. So I feel that way about Daggerheart. Like I didn't actually really like most of that art,
right.
but I liked some of it, but not much of it.
I particularly like the ones with frogs with hats on. Those are my favorite pieces.
All right, that. I got the tier list. I'm happy.
All right. So that's gonna do it for us. So again, on behalf of Van, myself, and the Knights of Last Call, thank you so much for joining us. And I don't know when we're going to be live next. Again, I think Roll for Combat. I'm bringing streaming stuff to Gen Con because Steven said I have to, so that I can set up their stream. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming for Gen Con, but you can never know. So, always make sure to like, subscribe, click the bell so that if we do go live or we post something, you can be informed when we do. And we hope to see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace out. Good night, everybody. Or good morning.